Hey, is this thing working? This is my first time doing this, so I don't really know. All right, so I'm just gonna mess around with the OBS settings to make this nice. So let me know. Um. Oh shit, this is all fucked up now. Can't see anything. Okay. All right. How does that look? Um. Yeah, I guess that that looks a bit better. Although it's still kind of cut off at the end. I should probably fix that and make it like full size. So like this. This is good. I like this. Let's see how it looks on the stream. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. So let's get into it. So am I already connected anywhere? So let's see, SSH. Um, 1 second. Hello? Daddy? What is it? What does? Alright, let me know when you figure that out, okay? What are you talking about, Daddy? Okay. Oh, your phone. Okay, love you. I don't know. Well, try doing what I did yesterday. Just restart the Wi-Fi. No, I'm saying on your phone. Turn it on. Okay, I guess that's pretty All right, sorry about that. I had to my dad has no idea how to use his phone. So I had to help him figure out how to connect to the Wi-Fi. So is there anybody here like watching this? Well, I shouldn't set my expectations too high. I just started this, didn't I? Let's see what I want to do. See, right now I'm just messing with these display settings. Okay, that's probably better. Okay, so let me attach to my screen session. The fuck? Oh, I never connected to the server. I mean, sorry about that. All right, a little discombobulated here. All right, here we are. Oh, it says that there's somebody here. Hey there, Lurks? Is that you? I can't tell, but it says that there's somebody here with that name, I think. All right, anyway, so where was I? So I have just finished installing Kmod, which is a kernel module tool. This will come in handy when I start actually configuring my kernel. So up next is gettext, which is a package that contains utilities for internationalization and localization. So this will allow programs to finally be compiled with NLS, which is native language support, that can output messages in the user's native language. That's cool because up until now, I've been compiling everything without support for NLS. So now I'll be able to do that. So let's go ahead and oh crap. Having trouble connecting to my Pi here. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and bridge my MacBook's Wi-Fi. Or my MacBook's Wi-Fi over Ethernet. That should hopefully give it a better signal. Let me go to my settings real quick and fix this. System preferences, sharing, internet sharing. Yeah, I don't think it would really. All right, let me look at. I'm having some internet problems, so I'm trying to see if I can fix that. Okay, there we go. So I have an IP address. I'm actually going to go ahead and connect to this IP instead. So does anybody like know anything about networking like in here? So let me detach from this, and then I'm gonna reconnect with this IP. And now I'm gonna do, because sometimes I get like these problems where even if I'm connected to Wi-Fi, it'll still, or even if I'm connected to internet, it'll still try to use Wi-Fi, which I don't like. So I just will manually bring down the I'll just manually bring that down the Wi-Fi interface, so then it can only use the other one, Ethernet. Yeah, I'm super new to this. I'm kind of like awkwardly checking the like to see who's all the users watching this. So it says 2 people are watching it. But then you guys aren't responding, so you may be bots or something. I don't know. Alright, anyways. Alright, let's go ahead and make this already. So let me delete this. Installation of get texts. Ooh, what's this? Oh. Add tags. Yeah, programming, software development, educational. Oh, sick. Okay. It's saying it can't update my screen info. I don't know what's up with that. It actually says here that it's working. Cool. Okay. Sorry that I'm kind of all over the place with this. Oh shit. I'm looking at like all the other people streaming this category right now, and I am like, there is a lot of people that have also 0 viewers. Anyways, let's go back here to the stream chat. Anybody else know? Yeah, who are you guys? So Commander Root, you are a bot. Found this was in my channel. What the fuck is this channel? Literally bot central. LOL. Yo, Commander Root, you're crazy, dude. I just checked out your channel. It's like bot central. All right, I'm guessing Lurks, you're the same. Holy. Is there a single real human being in this chat? Oh, never mind. I have to follow you. Okay. So this means that I don't actually have any real people in the chat so far. Alright, that's cool. Man, this is so sick. Yeah, how do I check my followers? Oh, cool. /mod Streamlabs. I'm trusting you. Does case matter? Okay, doesn't matter. Yeah, unfortunately, I have a Mac. And add as a browser source. Browser source. There's browser source. You know, I'm starting to get how this works. Nice. Okay, I'll put this right here. Oh, but I need to change the other settings, so... Oh, that's so cool. That's so smart, too. Okay. Oh, this is terrifying. Hey, look at that. Oh shit. There's like no lag on that. Nice. Oh dude, I wish. Okay, so all of these raids enable. Again, it's not gonna happen, but CloudBot. Okay. Cool. Hey, so this is like my first time streaming, so I don't know if like this is working. So if there's anybody here like in the chat that can like tell me like is this thing on? Oh snap. Okay. My first viewer. How's it going? Exxon Hess? So what? Anyways, so what I'm doing right here is that I'm working on designing my own operating system from scratch. And I've spent a lot of time on this the last few weeks. I gotta plug my laptop, but... oh, cool. You work from home. What do you do? Kind of confusing because there's the lag from so when you type something, I don't hear it immediately. It takes me a while, so it's kind of hard to have a back and forth conversation. I just realized. Oh, cool. Let's see. You wouldn't happen to be working for a major petroleum and gas company, would you? Because that would sort of make sense. Okay, because I was gonna say if you worked for Exxon, that would anyways. Yeah, I also keep programming streams on normally, and it was late last night, and I was falling asleep, and I normally watch programming channels, and I was like, what if I just tried to do this? So in 5 minutes, I literally Googled how to stream on Twitch, and then within 5 minutes of me Googling that, I was up and streaming. Although it was a 2-minute stream because I was so tired. I got it up and then I went to sleep right afterwards. So I guess you have your own private stream right now, unless there's somebody else in the chat, and if they do, definitely say hi and But it seems like right now you have your own personal stream. So what kind of so I can sort of give you your own personalized lesson right now, or not lesson, but talk through what I'm doing in a way that's informative. So what sort of software engineering do you do, so I can sort of figure out how to tailor what I'm talking about? See, again, I can't ask a question and then not, because that's what I'm used to. You ask a question and then you wait for them to respond. But first of all, you have to type, which is slow, but then also it's there's a lag. I think it's only 20 or 30 seconds or something. I mean, I guess I can look at my own stream and see. So if I clap and then count 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, that was only 7 seconds. That's not bad. Okay, cool. Have you had any experience with kernel development or anything? Because that's what a lot of this is. Well, not some of it is. Anyways, I can just start talking about what I'm doing. So what I'm doing right now is that I'm actually developing my own OS to run on a Raspberry Pi. And I knew things like C and Makefiles, and obviously I've used a lot of Linux. I know Bash and things like that very well, and systemd type things, but I had no idea where to start when it comes to designing an operating system. So I looked at some resources, and there's one really great resource that I found called Linux from Scratch. And what Linux from Scratch is it's sort of it's not a guide, but it's sort of things to keep in mind and how to go about getting started with that. An analogy that they use in the book is that Stephen King, a couple of years ago, he wrote a book on how to write books. And in Stephen King's book, it went through, the techniques of how to write a story or how to think of planning things. And how to, and mistakes that people run into when they write books. Stephen King's book isn't telling you, oh, this is how, Stephen King's book isn't saying, oh, write these words, right? And then you have a story, obviously. Instead, it's telling you step by step, every single thing in the story, because the idea is that his book is supposed to help inspire you to write your own story, and then once you have that inspiration, how to help shape that. And that's what Linux from scratch is. So I've been working on this for like dozens of hours so far. I've spent a lot of time on this, and it's very, very cool where I'm at now. So actually, as you can see, right now I'm actually in my LFS environment here. And in this environment, I'm able to, so this took me like weeks to get working. Because you start like literally from scratch. Like I had an SD card with nothing on it, blank SD card. And then I went from that to this, where I can now sort of have, this Linux looking thing. It's not ready yet. It's actually held a lot together by duct tape. And yeah, it's not, and in fact it's not even running like natively yet. Like it doesn't have its own kernel. Right now it's at Exxon. If you know Linux, I don't know if you've ever used like chroot before, but what chroot lets you do is that it just, as it sounds, it changes the root directory. So normally your root directory, is slash. So what this is that, but what actually is slash? Well, slash is a directory. So what chroot does is that you can change the root. So when you say slash, it will change what the whole file system on your computer, right, is referencing everything relative to. So I started with a blank SD card, and I've spent all of this time building things up, and I've been developing this on another Linux distribution. So now what I've been able to do is chroot my current Linux distribution into this one, which took a lot of time. And one of the things that comes out of that, so all of these things, like for example bash, I had to make this myself, or ls and cd. Well, cd is a bash built-in, but a lot of this stuff I had to end up making myself. And what I'm going through right now is that I'm still continuing to install the things that you would need to make a viable Linux distribution. And one of the things that you need to make a viable Linux distribution is this thing called gettext. And what gettext is that this is like a tool for a tool. So when you're compiling programs, right, a lot of the times the programs will be in multiple, a lot of the times developers want to write their code for multiple languages, and this is something called NLS. Or one way to implement this is something called NLS, which is native language support. So right now I am building a package that will allow me to compile programs with native language support. It's not really necessary because I'm speak English and I don't plan on, well, I guess if I distribute it, but the main reason that I'm using this, it's a package called gettext that will allow me to use NLS, is because a lot of the tests that I want to run on this to make sure that it's working will try to run tests in multiple languages. So anyways, I can start making gettext if I go back to my sources directory, and if I look at my gettext package. So if I decompress this, see, right now it's like not the most exciting part because I've done a lot of really exciting, cool stuff before this, and what I've been doing for the last few hours is just sort of compiling and installing programs and then checking them to make sure that they work. And I actually should have done this before I started talking, since I'll have to wait a while for things to compile. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, so let's see. So what I'm doing here, sorry, my my dad has no idea how to use his phone. He just got an iPhone, and he doesn't know how to take pictures or anything with it. So I was telling him how to connect to the Wi-Fi. So anyways, so what's interesting is that I don't know if what sorts of languages you use, but this is a lot of make files, and it's kind of like it's sort of inception-y, because it turns out that a lot of building this stuff is that you're making tools that will help you make tools that'll actually compile the program. So, like, for example, like what I'm doing here is that I'm using this configure file, right? ./configure. And what this configure program does is that it configures a make file, which is a program that configures, a lot of the C files and a lot of like the C, preprocessor stuff. And then those C preprocessor stuff, all those macros are then configure the C files, which actually get compiled. So anyways, something else is that if you use Linux a lot, you'll know that normally when you install files, you install them to /user/local. That's where they get, if you do like apt-get or something, that will put things in user/local. And that's /user/local is where you put all of your personal, applications that aren't for the distribution. So like, you normally put things, in /user/local/bin or /user/local/share, and then your /user/bin, right? Though that directory, so things that aren't in your local directory are made for the operating system, right? So for example, bash is normally located in /user/bin/bash, which is in symlink to /bin/bash. But what I need to do now is that, what I'm trying to install getText is normally by default installed to /user/local, because that's where you would want to put things that the user is installing. But since now I'm actually making this operating system, right, I want to override that, and instead I want to put things in /user, which normally isn't the default, but this actually is going to be one of the operating system, tools. So another thing is that I'm going to disable static linking, which, do you know about linking and stuff? How, so anyways, okay. So I had to use static linking before maybe I should walk through the whole Linux from scratch sort of methodology, but you end up compiling the same tools over and over again. So the first time, for example, that I compiled something like GCC or Bash, I used my native Linux distributions, compiler and stuff for that. And then you move everything, you use your native compiler. You don't actually, nothing in this whole, file system right now, nothing here is a precompiled like binary or anything. Yes, it took so long to build GCC, and it took a lot longer to do it right, because sometimes you'd compile GCC and go through the tests and it would fail horribly, and you have to go through all these makefiles and debugging makefiles. I've used makefiles a bit in the past, but this was the first time I started really getting into makefiles. And debugging makefiles is one of the worst things. Emacs is similar. Oh my, are you plan on including that? Absolutely not. Vi till the day I die. But yeah, debugging makefiles is pretty bad. But anyways, so you first compile GCC, right? And then you use this GCC. Well, actually, that's not the first thing you do. That's actually a lot later. Because the first thing you do is you have to set up the whole environment, which takes a while, and then you have to build like the what's it called? The bin utils. So you have to make your assembler, right? Before you have a compiler. First you have to make your assembler and those sorts of low-level tools. And then later on you make your compiler, and then you use that compiler, this GCC that you just built, to make some things like Bash and whatnot. And then you use that to also build like glibc, which is weird because it's like, wait, you're building GCC without glibc? Like, and the answer is yes. And it's like, what can you do without the C standard libraries? And the answer is not much. So I have this very minimal compiler which can't do much, and I use this very minimal compiler with, and then I go and I build glibc and all this sorts of stuff. And then once I have, so I spend most of my time making libraries after I have this very rudimentary compiler. And once I have this rudimentary compiler and all of these tools, then I go ahead and I recompile GCC, right? I recompile GCC with this very rudimentary compiler, but now I have access to all these other libraries that I didn't have before. So now I can recompile GCC with things like the C standard library and whatnot. And also when I compile it, it doesn't have like C++, it's only C. And then I do a bunch of different stuff. And when I'm finally able to chroot in here, and what I was actually did yesterday, right, is that I spent all of yesterday trying, so that was pass 2, right, before pass 2 of GCC. And then I had to remake GCC again in this new environment with a bunch of new tools that I've gotten. And now that I've gotten GCC, for the third time for compiling GCC and going through all the tests and getting that to work, and it was a big process. So what stage I'm in right now is, now that I have GCC, this third version of GCC, now I can go and compile all these different things. And it's much easier than it is before. Because some things like get text, or I didn't install kmod before, but things like xz to unzip files and automake, I've had to, so I have compiled these before, right? They're on this system, but I compiled it with earlier versions of GCC, which means that these programs aren't as, aren't as capable as they were, and also the compiling them was so painful. You have to do so much and do all of this debugging and stuff. Now I feel like I'm rich because now I can build this stuff for cheap. Again, I keep talking when I should be writing this stuff because it's going to take a while for this to compile anyways. So, but I keep explaining what everything does as I'm doing it. So I think what I'll do is that I'll just do all the typing, and then I will explain what it is. Okay. So anyways, the first time you build everything, the whole thing is statically linked. So your programs are like huge and all this stuff, and it's not great. But now I can actually use dynamic linking for all of my programs. So that's really cool. So I'm glad that I got dynamic programming or dynamic linking down. What languages do you normally work in? It says you use Linux a lot. I'm trying to see. Global Enterprise. Well, now you said okay, so now you're a manager. But what sorts of projects do you manage? If you can't be like too specific, then an idea of some of the technologies you use would be kind of cool. And I'm looking at the users in the chat, and I see that there are some other people. So there's UXon, and then there's Commander Root, and there's Host Me Raffle and Lurks, and S1FAKA. Now, I was super excited when Commander Root and Lurks came into my chat a couple minutes before you did, right after I started streaming, and I was talking to them and, kind of excited. Oh, wow, the first people to come in here, and they weren't responding. And then I decided to look at their channel, and here, let me do some streamer magic right now. I have no idea how to use OBS, so this might go horribly, but let me do a new window capture. And then I'm going to capture my Safari window. And then I'm going to hide all this stuff. Okay, this is like way too big right now. So I don't really understand how to fix this. Oh, sorry. Okay, this is all going very badly. I don't know what's going on right now. Alright, hang on. Slight. Okay. Let me see how this looks. Okay, so anyways. So I see these other people in the chat, and I'm like, oh wow, these are my first people. And then they weren't saying anything, so I decided to stalk them on their channel. And then it turns out that these are just bots. and their whole channel is, man, I have Twitch Prime. It's so annoying that they got rid of that. Does it say how long this ad is gonna be? Anyways, what this, so this whole channel, if it will, is that it's all like, it's a bot, and all it does is that it just people are just posting in the chat asking to please follow them. Like, this is it. It's a channel, and everybody, I don't think anybody in here is real, so everybody's just full of bots. So it's a bot, so it's a channel made by a bot, and everybody's talking to bots. And then the other guy, Lurks, was also the same. I don't know who Host Me Raffle is, but I'm guessing it's another bot, and S1 Faka, I don't know. Okay, now this is the difficult part. I'm going to try to switch back to my terminal. So let's see how this works. Oh gosh. Oh my. Oh, what is going on? Okay. I think, does this look good? Now please bear with me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. Alright. Thanks, Exxon. Anyways. Oh, and it looks like this is done. So what do you do? Primarily Java, some JavaScript, Ruby, etc. So you do, like, web development, is what it sounds like. Like, do you do, like, Rails, or is that the Java, or is that the Ruby, like, APIs that you use? I don't even know what you would call it. Distribution? That's not the word. Also a lot of Docker and Kubernetes, maintaining product. Oh, yeah. So cloud services. Makes sense. Yeah, I don't know that much Rails. I use Ruby a lot for, like, because a lot of shell tools are written in Ruby, so, and then whenever, you know, I like to do a lot of open source stuff, so I sort of have to, I don't really, I wouldn't say I know Ruby, but I have to deal with a lot of Ruby files, and when Ruby files aren't doing what I want them to, I'll have to edit the Ruby files to get them to do what I want them to do, but anyways, so now this is done configuring, so now I can make it. Actually, while this is going on, I'm gonna open, I'm actually gonna look at my make sure everything's running okay, because I've had some issues where I will run out of RAM, and that's really bad. As you can see, I've got 4 gigabytes here and some swap space. I mean, not a lot, but I have 4 gigs of RAM, which should be more than enough to do this stuff. But sometimes, it's mostly during when I run the checking, when I run the test suites, I'll run out of RAM, and that's a problem. Oh wait, my camera is not there. Where'd my camera go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Suppose I don't need a camera. Rails is good for cranking out simple CRUD database sounds. It can be hard to diagnose production problems when they arise. The Java ecosystem is much more mature when dealing with servers that process millions of requests per hour. Yes, this is a Raspberry Pi 4. What I'm streaming on right now is, I mean, I'm SSH'd into it, but yes, this is a Raspberry Pi 4. I mean, I normally work on the Pi itself, but since I'm streaming, I can't stream on the Pi. But actually, the Pi is literally, like, right here. Well, this is the Pi is literally right here. I can't. Yeah, this is embarrassing. But yeah, the Pi's right there. And then I normally work, you know, on the device itself, but since I'm streaming, I'm just SSH into it. But I'm very satisfied with it. It's a great I like it a lot. Yeah, 4 gigs of RAM, quad-core processor. So if you want to see some stats on it, this isn't very interesting, but if I run BCM stat. So let's see. Yeah, so it's running at 1800 megahertz right now, the 1.8 gigahertz, which is very cool that it's able to run this fast. Do you know what the 3B plus clock speed is? Okay. Ooh. I can actually probably look it up. Clock speed. Um, 1.4 gigahertz. So noticeable improvement. But the RAM is like, yeah, I think it's 1.4 gigahertz is what Dr. Wikipedia says. So that's actually interesting because I've seen performance tests that indicate that that in CPU tests that aren't very RAM intensive say that the Pi 4 is a lot faster. The 4B is a lot faster than the 3B. But then clearly I'm missing something about how computers work because actually the Pi 4 is only clocked at 1.5 gigahertz, I think, base clock speed, but I'm overclocking it and overvolting it to 1800 megahertz. So this is actually overclocked right now. So it's weird if it's 1.5 gigahertz that it's scoring a lot higher in benchmarks, in CPU benchmarks than the 3B plus. And I mean, it can also do things like drive these 4K displays, which is also a CPU intense thing as well as memory and memory and GPU. But I mean, this obviously just has integrated graphics. So this is still running. And look at this, we're saying cool here at a cool 60. Oh yes, BCM stat. I got this from GitHub, and also I actually edited it a bit because I didn't like how it was. You can get BCM stat from Google. I mean, I can Google it for you if you want, and then just paste it in the chat. Oh, but you know what? I can post it in the chat, which I will. But that's actually not the best way to do it. I mean, maybe it is the best way to do it because that's how I do it. But what you can actually do is that you can just do vcgen cmd. So I contribute to this project, which is what is it? vcm something. It's running a bit slow here. I'm worried that I'm running low on RAM. Hopefully it's just a CPU thing. Actually, I'm gonna check that real quick. Just to make sure things aren't going. Okay, no, it's just my CPU that's being slow, which is fine. Because oh my gosh, when you run out of RAM, it is the worst. My MacBook, which I do most of my development on, you said you've been using Linux since what is it, for a long time now. So but on my MacBook I have 32 gigs of RAM, so I've never had any problems with that before. But anyways, so the way I keep on getting so all over the place. Anyways, you can use BCM stat, but the way that BCM stat works is that it's actually just uses this command vcgen-cmd, which as best as I can tell, it's only on the Raspberry Pi. And what this does is that it lets you get a bunch of information about your system. So here are all of the commands. So you can do things like vcgen-cmd get temperature. I forget what it is. Unfortunately, vcgen-cmd doesn't have any sort of autocomplete, so I actually don't know what it's called. So, okay, measure temp. So if I do vcgen-cmd measure temp, so I can get that. Or if you want to find out what your clock speed is, I think it's frequency. No, that's not right. What is it? Is it called clock or measure clock? Okay. So if you do so if you would like to figure out what your clock speed is, you can just do vcgen-cmd and then measure clock. What the heck? Is it because I have a space here? Okay, well clearly that's not right because it's a thing here. I must have spelled it wrong. vcgen-cmd measure clock. Oh, no. I know what it is. You have to put in which chord it is. So I think if I do measure clock, yeah. Exactly. So I think if I do like arm, yes, there it is. Invalid arguments. Okay, wait. So then if I do vcgen-cmd, so invalid arguments mean I didn't put in the right arguments. I'm guessing if I do vcgen-cmd and then put in a command that doesn't exist, then it's command not registered. Okay, that is good for the future. So you can do this or core. Yeah. So there's actually a list of them somewhere. I think I was actually doing this a few days ago. If I could like get that. No, I can't. Okay. Like if you do. Okay, now you have to forgive me for being super bad with Linux, but I actually don't know what they do. So I think if you do like this and then how does this work, like xargs L1, or I guess it would be like X1 or something, and then I'm gonna do this wrong, vcgen-cmd measure clock. Okay, nope. Yeah, I always forget how to do this. But it's something I should definitely know. If you're a Linux guru, maybe you could teach me how to do this. I remember I did this exact same thing a few days ago when I was figuring out how vcgen-cmd works. And it's like, so xargs... what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to get it to print out all the clock speeds for everything. So I think what it's doing right now is that it's... See, I think the problem is that L1 will do it all on the same line. But I want it to not... But I'm not talking about lines, I'm talking about characters. So... it could be L... See, it's L max lines, but... Oh, it's N. I think it's N. We'll get it to work. Yes. And then... What... Please help. I don't know. I'm claiming to build my own Linux, and then I don't know what I'm doing. So so what should I do? I should do something like, what is it? If so, I need to set the delimiter. I'm just trying to get I'm trying to get all the non-zero ones, because if it's 0, I think it means it doesn't exist. So I think if I say, so I'm gonna set the delimiter to be equals. And then if I do print to greater than 0, or 2, can I just say 2 greater than 0? Nice. Okay, there we go. Oh, what did you say? Grep v equals 0. No, oh, you're right, that's so much better. Yes, definitely. See, I'm thinking about it like mathematically, but then you just yeah, if I invert 0, do I have to put this in quotes? I think I might have to put that in quotes, but and then yeah, I think the dollar sign's probably optional too, but yeah, you're right. And that's probably faster since this is just doing like a text thing instead of like comparing numbers. Anyways, and then so these are all the different frequencies, and you're probably saying like, wait, this only has 4 cores, so what are all these frequencies? A lot of these are I think a lot of these are like things like, because this will include frequencies like your display frequency or like your RAM frequency or those sorts of things. Maybe. What do you mean by timers for video? Oh, you know what the awk way is good for though? Is that what awk is good for? Is that instead I could do how does this work? Okay. Wait, maybe I'm gonna really fuck this up. Can I print %2 divided by like 1,000 to get the frequency in like normal units? No, I can't. Do I have to put this in a print? Like print. Yes. So here's all the frequencies. Oh, but then I can't see what core they're connected to. So I'd probably need to say %1 equals, or $1. What? Have I been saying percent this whole time? That's weird how that's not coming out. Do I need to like escape the equals or oh snap. What if I just didn't do that? Okay. Well, not perfect, but so this will tell you what everything is, I guess, in that did work, right? Oh no, it didn't work. I thought this would. Yeah, that. But actually, it's not dividing it by 1,000, which I thought it would do. Let me just see. Shouldn't it? See, it's not dividing these by 1,000. I think. Oh wait, it is. Okay, never mind. I'm good. Except the numbers are still big. Oh, because it's megahertz, so I need to divide it by 10 to the 6th. That's why. Yes. So this is pretty much what VCGen is doing to like get your clock frequencies. And speaking of which, oh, we're down here. Great. I think there's also a list of like which clocks do what. Thank you so much. That it means that actually does mean a lot to me. It's my first time doing this, so yeah. And by the way, if you're the kind of person that like is trying to work on something in Linux and then you get distracted by things like this or how to, like the fact that you could just in your head divide the numbers and then you get distracted by trying to do all this Linux stuff, like there's going to be a lot of that in here. So it'll be fun, having people in the chat to to talk about what I'm doing wrong and oh, this isn't working, and then oh, people in the chat, oh, just do this, and it's, like what your grep suggestion was, which is a lot better. All right, anyways, so we have get text here, so now we need to run some tests. So check, and then let's set the test suite flags equal to J. Because what I learned is that normally I thought that if you ran make tick J, like check, then it will multi-thread the checking process. But apparently that's not actually always true, and that you have to do this, that you have to set the test suite flags too. Because certain tests in the test suite will use different flags than your make flags. So not all tests will run multi-threaded unless you set the test suite flag. And in fact, I think most make tests will not run multi-threaded unless you set that. So I've been doing it unoptimally this whole time. Let's look at that. Those 4 cores. All right, 1 gigabyte used. You know, since I'm streaming and we're doing stuff on the stream, I should probably use 3 cores. So then that way I can have a spare core for, you know, for doing stuff on the stream. Let's see, has anybody else showed up? Not yet. But on the bright side, I think some of the bots might have left. Yeah, I love like learning how to do things multiple ways in Linux. If you work in the cloud, then let me ask you something. If you work in the cloud, you probably have to do a lot of like remote sessions. I'm guessing most of your work is like SSH and things. In that case, what do you use to help configure your like displays? Like for example, I'm using Tmux. I just started using Tmux a few days ago. Before that, I'd been using Screen for like years. And I was really comfortable with Screen. And then there was like just one thing Screen didn't do that I got like obsessed over that Tmux could do very easily. So after spending like 3 hours trying to get Screen to do it the way I wanted it to do, I just said, I'll just try out Tmux, and then it's been fantastic. But is there like something else that's better that I'm not doing? Oh, that's interesting. So you use Tmux locally and then use SSH in Tmux. I do not do it that way. I SSH and then use Tmux. Wait, but in that case, won't you have to use... But if you're doing that, then you will have... If you want to have multiple windows, though, or panes in the cloud, in your VMs, then you'll have to make like a new pane and then SSH then, right? Or do you use like Tmux inside of Tmux? Use Tmux inside. See, again, it's the lag. See, I can't ask multiple questions in a row because then you answer one of them and I'm not sure which one you're answering. You have multiple SSH. Okay. Well, that's the only reason I used Tmux in the first place. I mean, what I used to do before I had Tmux or Screen is that if I wanted to SSH into something, you know, I would SSH into it, but then it's like, oh, I want to do something else. You know, so then I might like, you know, Control Z and put it in the background, or I would like have to open another. But what I'd oftentimes end up doing if I wanted to do multiple things like at once, look at them at the same time, then I would, oh, snap. Check not made because of errors. Normally I would try to figure out what's going on, but what if I just said F it? You know what I'm saying? See, get text is not the most important package. So I shouldn't do this. This is bad. But I'm gonna just install it because it's probably fine. Okay, you do a lot of automation, so you only need to log in when there's something that isn't working properly. Makes sense. Yeah. But anyways, what I used to do is that I would just open multiple terminals and SSH into the same thing, right? And that's how I would do most of my work. But then it was somebody that, you know, told me, like, why... Actually, I think I discovered this on my own, but I discovered, you know, that was pretty dumb and that I should just use Screen instead. So then I can SSH into something and then use Screen, so then I could have, you know, multiple screens instead of having to make the same term. So that's the reason that I use Screen in Tmux, is that I don't have to SSH multiple times. But instead okay. But instead, you actually use... See, I almost never use tmux on my local machine. Like, if I'm just working in the terminal, if I need another window, I'll just open another terminal and do that. It's only when I'm in SSH that I will... Yeah. Well, I guess it's different approaches. But the thing is, though, is that I used to use screen, and I didn't use screen on my local machine, but actually tmux has been working out so great for me, and I like tmux so much that I'm actually thinking of just of starting to use tmux. Like, I've actually started doing it because I'll be working in, you know, the terminal on my local machine, and it's like, wow, I'm noticing that like opening Windows is so slow. So I've started to use tmux on my locally because like tmux is so great. So I can actually understand why you would be using tmux locally. Which, if you asked me a week ago before I started using tmux, I'd be like, why not just open another window? But that definitely makes sense now. What would be cool, crazy idea that I just thought of. But like, I have my meta key set to Control A. Like, that's my tmux prefix because I used screen before. But if you were gonna use tmux inside tmux, what you could probably do is that in your tmux.conf, on your local and your remote machine, you could just have different prefixes, like Control B locally and then Control A on the remote machine, and then you could easily manage your multiple, you know, tmux inside tmux. But that would be pretty crazy. I don't know, but I'm sure there's people out there that do that. All right. Anyways, so now let me look at the library that I just installed. Okay, so this does not have the right permissions. So, because what this is a library that needs to be at least readable and executable by everybody, not just root. So oh, this is something cool that I also learned semi-recently. So how often is it, right, that you do one command on a file, and then you later on need to do a different command on the same file? So in this case, right, I did lsl on this here, you know, on this library. Oh, that's Siri listening to me. So, geez, I'm losing my train of thought. So I did LSL on this library, right? And now I need to chmod this library. So what should I do? Should I type chmod blah, 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 and then do slash, you know, that takes so much time, right? And it happens a bunch where you do a command on something and then you need to do a different command on that same thing. Like, let's say you make a directory and you want to cd into it. So what you can do is that if you do $, it will, what this does is that sort of like how bang bang is your entire last command, you know, like you do sudo bang bang when you forget sudo. Well, what bang $ is that it is the last input, right? It's the last, you know, if you delimit things with like spaces, it's the last space separated item in your previous command. So in this case, if I did ls, I don't need this right now. So if I did lsl, I should like highlight. So if I do this, right, and I want to chmod that same thing now, I can just do this. Yeah, that would definitely be hard to keep track of. Yeah, I've been using bash for over 2 years. well, actually more than over 2 years, for maybe like 6 years now, and I learned that recently too. And it's something that like I'm using all the time now. Like something that I hope to get out of this channel, which I just thought of right now. But like, and I guess, you know what? Let me compile this next package, and I have a thing that I just thought of. Okay, so I'm done here, so I can remove this directory. So the next thing that I need to install is that I need to install the libelf from the elf utils. So this will just let me, you know, handle ELF files, which are pretty much everything here is going to be, you know, ELF format, because, well, for all the linking. So what I'm going to have to do is ELF utils. Okay, so let me oh gosh, BZ2. What is that? BZ zip or something? I hope I don't have to give a thing. Do I have to give a thing? Some options? Okay, so I probably have to do like un-bzzip2, or if there's like a decompress option. Oh, D. This is force decompression. That sounds like not good. Do I want to force decompress it? Okay, let's see what happens. And then, oh, bunzip. Well, I'll just do that. That sounds safer. Okay. Oh, it decompresses it into a tar? Wait, can I just use tar to do both of them at the same time? Hang on. Let me switch my screen real quick. Man. Oh, just lowercase j. Okay. Okay, so lowercase j will appear to do it. Oh, thanks. See, this is why chat's awesome. Okay. JTF. What does T do? List the contents. Oh, well, I don't want to list it. I want to like actually decompress it. So I'm probably not going to do that. So actually, I'm going to remove the one that I just did because I want to do it the good way. Okay, tar. Okay, so you said J. I will just do JF. Or JXVF, you're right. It's not tab completing, which normally means that I'm doing it wrong. Are you okay? I don't need the hyphen. I'm just confused because it's not auto-completing, and normally it will auto-complete. Like, oh, did I delete it? What? Hang on. Did I just delete it just then? Yeah. How did I delete it? Oh shit. You know what I bet it is? I bet bunzip removed this file. And then I deleted this because I wanted to try it again by doing it all at once. Okay. That sucks. Alright, this is gonna take us off topic for like a minute. Thankfully I have the list of everything here. Okay. So here we go. So now I can copy that and then wget. No. Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, let's do this again. Okay, so tar jxvf. There we go. All right, that was like an aside that I didn't need. So let me just see if I need to change any of these options. So I will need to change the prefix. All of this stuff just defaults to the prefix, so that's fine. All of these seem to be on by default. Okay, cool. Yes, that's true. Yeah, I guess it is time well spent. Moral of the story, don't use bunzip. Just use tar instead. All right. But anyways, what I noticed this a while ago, and I don't know if you can relate to this at all. But and I actually wanted to ask this on like Stack Overflow as like an open-ended question, and I bet it would get a lot of traction. But it's hard to learn new things on the command line than it is to learn new things from a GUI. Like what I mean by that is sort of like what we're talking about, you know? How it's like you can be doing something. And I've noticed by, through things like bash that I use all the time, or vim, or like, Z shell, or like all these different Linux things from the command line, is that you can learn so much of it all the time, and it's possible to have been very wrong and to be doing things very unoptimally for years. Like what you were just saying about the dollar, or about the exclamation dollar thing, is that is something very, is that it's possible, as you said, to be doing this kind of work for decades and then still learn things like that. Or me all the time, like nearly every single day I will learn something in Vim that was just like, I can't believe I was doing it this other way for so long. It's like, oh, Vim has an option that will do this for me, or Vim has this sort of thing that's way better. And what I wanted to ask on Stack Overflow, and I wanted to ask, people that have been working with Linux for a very long time, how do you go about learning new things? How do you go about learning, how do you go about continuously learning new things? Because there's just so much out there, and I don't know how to, because I don't know how to go about doing that. Like if there's a problem, I can look up how to fix it. But and then I can learn something from there. But in terms of like just the daily workflow for things, and tools like Bash and Vim, which is the two primary things that I think of, but also things like Tmux, like there's options, and I just started using Tmux like 2 weeks ago, so it's a bit more accessible right now, but like all the time I'm learning things that Tmux could do that I didn't know it could do, that are like very helpful. Yeah, it's hard to know what you don't know, but I think if you work in GUIs, it's easier to learn new things. Like, does that make sense? Like, it's easier to figure out things that you don't know, because there'll be like, for example, a settings app, or there'll be like a preferences section in your app that will kind of say everything it can do, kind of. Like on my phone, like for example, like I have an iPhone, right? So you can ask like, and this is sort of a silly question to ask, so it may not make sense, but I could ask, what percentage of my phone do I know? Like, the iPhone can do a lot of things, right? It has a settings app, and it can, I actually learned a few days ago that the camera on my iPhone can take QR code pictures. Like, you don't need any apps to take QR codes on iPhone. You just open up the camera app and you point, and if the camera app sees a QR code, it'll ask you if you want to open it. But like, what percentage of iOS, and I'm not talking about like apps on there, like obviously there are apps that can do things, but I'm saying no apps, just like iOS and like the built-in apps. Like, what percent of iOS do I know? And I'm a big like iOS, fanboy. So I would say it's a pretty high percentage. Every time a new iOS update comes out, the first thing I do is that I spend like an hour going through the settings app and actually looking at every single setting to see if any setting has changed. And then I'll go through, and because also like all the Safari and all the built-in app settings are in the settings app, so I meticulously go through and keep track of like every change, and I know how to do all the apps and all like the 3D touch kind of things. So it seems like on iOS, it is easy to figure out things that I can do, and it's easier to say that you have a bigger, overall percentage of knowledge of things. But then for Bash, it's like, what percentage of, or something like Vim, I am so bad with Vim. Like, when I see people on the internet that are like using Vim, they're like, do it so much better than me. They're so fast with it, they don't need to use, they definitely don't use the arrow keys, but they don't even use like H, J, K, and L to move around, because they understand how it works, and they're doing all this. I know 0.1% of what Vim can do, or things like Bash, or Linux, or all these different like tools and awk and like, I know less than 1% of it. And part of it is, those things can do a lot more than iPhone can, maybe, but I think it's also just because of the way that's presented to you. I think it's easy to find out new things that your phone can do, just like naturally, but it's harder to naturally learn new things about Bash. You kind of have to go out of your way. Because I could probably Google like how to improve my Bash workflow or my Vim workflow, and I actually do that a lot. Like in my YouTube like watch later thing, I have like a dozen videos about like specifically about Vim and Bash and like ways to improve whatever. So you have to kind of go out of your way. But on iPhone, I hardly ever look up how can I do this thing on an iPhone. It's just like, it's naturally present in the media. Like, this is how you can learn, new things and new capabilities. It's like, it tells it to you. So, okay, so you sent me a couple messages, so let me read this. So, how to learn the new things, exactly what you're doing. There's got to be a way to do this, or someone must have run into this before. If you say that, then most of the time there's a better way already. That's true, yeah, and oftentimes I will do that. And then, well, that's actually, that's how I found out about the exclamation $sign thing. It's that I've been using Bash for years and continuously having to do things like I described. And then I wondered, like, is there a way to reuse an argument from your last command? Oh, by the way, just to teach you some more. So if I say echo, hey there, what's up? So I can do a couple things. So I can do bang bang to get obviously the whole last command, and then bang $sign will give me, that will output the last thing. But a more general form is that you can do this, and then I think it's like colon and then the argument. So if I wanted to print there, I think I could do this, and this will print there. Oh no, okay, it's index 0, but, and then if you wanted to get multiple things, you could do bang, and then I think, like, if I wanted to get, like, if I wanted to print there what's, I could do 2:3. Oh, dang it. There was a way to do that. Maybe it's echo :2. No, that can't be right. Oh, that is right. Okay, that's how you do it. So if you do this, that will print out, a range. Or someone must have run into this before. So, but the thing is, though, is that what you said in this first message about, there's got to be a way to do this, is that, but it took me so long. Like you said, you've been doing this for 20 years, and that question like, what questions have I not asked yet? And for things like Vim, I think that's the point, is that in Vim, the reason that I'm learning so much and I have this thing I have all these videos to watch in my playlist is that I don't realize the things that I'm not doing better, you know? Because sometimes I do, and then I'll Google, like, how do I do this in Vim? And then it's like, I learn it. But other times I'm perfectly content, and then I see somebody doing something in Vim, like maybe I'm working with somebody and I notice them doing it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, how'd you do that? Like, I gotta learn. Okay, and then your second message. Back in the day, you spent a lot of time reading the man pages. Oh gosh. Or back in college, most of the nerd hackers physically congregated in the same place and would learn these tricks and tips literally by looking over people's shoulders. Streaming started the 2019 version of this, although the communication is asymmetric. It's here with chat. Let's see how people interact on the more populated Twitch programming channel, like RW Grimm. I don't... Yeah. But I actually think it is asymmetric in the sense that you can sort of learn things. Again, I'm acting like some stream guru. Like, this is my first stream ever. But, speaking of which, is there anybody else here? Oh, there's a bunch of people. Hey, if any of you guys are not bots, say hey in the chat. Probably everybody is bot, though, except Exxon. He's cool. Anyways, I lost my train of thought. Talking about the asymmetry with chat, from what I feel like from, only having one viewer ever, but I think the chat, like, the viewers can certainly learn by watching the streamer. They can learn stuff from watching the streamer. And the streamer may be able to learn stuff from the chat, especially if it's like one person, in the chat, or just a few people. But I think it's difficult for viewers to learn from other viewers, because if you have a bunch of people posting in the chat, which I do because I watch Twitch programmers, is that I can't really learn things from the chat because it's kind of like the scrolling thing that's moving, and I can't and I can't really ask questions and get people to respond to what I'm asking, so I can't really learn from when I am in the chat, typing to other people in the chat and having them respond to me, but I can learn from the streamer. So you're right, there is this asymmetry where it's like it's very easy for me to learn things from the person that I'm watching, but less so from my fellow stream monsters. And again, what was the last thing I did? Did I make this yet, or did I just compile it? Configure it. Okay, I just configured it. Oh, you know what? I should use this, now that you're here, as an opportunity to show off some other cool stuff that I've learned in the last few weeks. So, do you use Bash or Z Shell? And I can't wait for people to respond. But anyways, in Z Shell, a program that I use a lot. Okay, so something that's very cool that Z Shell can do is that it has all right, I'm gonna try to do some more streamer magic, so hang on. This may go terribly. Wait, did it switch? Okay, no it didn't. So I'm gonna try to switch this my display, so let me add a new window capture and then select the window to be, oh gosh, there's too many options, to be this one. Alright, where did that window go? Okay. Okay, so in Z Shell, what you can do is that there's this thing called history. Let me get you back up here. Is that you can do this thing called history substring search. So if I do, so if I type a command, right, like echo hello, and then I do another command like ssh something, I don't know, at 123. Okay, so what I can do is that if I start typing a command, and this can be from not even from this session, from a long time ago, but if I do ECH to run a previous command, I can press the up arrow key and it will cycle through all the other times that like I've used that command, which is so useful. Like, so if I want to connect to like SSH, right, something that I do, so I can do SSH pi at, and then I can just press up and then immediately, so SSH pi at, bam, and then I can quickly connect with SSH to something that I've connected to before. And it's, oh, my stream is cut out. Oh man, my bad. I am very sorry. Cut out under the elephant. You're right, it is. How do I fix that? Okay, here we go. Okay, sorry about that. So if I type something like, let me get the chat front center. So if I do, I'll just repeat it again. So SSH something at 123. Right? So if I want to repeat a previous command, yes, exactly. You can do Control R in Bash, but this is so much better. So if I do SSH, right? Or if I do echo and I press the up arrow, it will go through all the previous times. So let's say I want to connect to something, right? SSH into something. So I can just do SSH pi and then press up, and it will let me cycle through it like that all of the times I've tried connecting to it. Which is very cool. And it's very powerful. And I use it all the time. It's way better than Control R. You know, or I can honestly just type SSH, right? If I'm not connecting to that many hosts, then I can just cycle through like this. Very useful, can't live without it. And it's hard in Bash to transition from that since it's way better than Control R. And what I found, so I asked on, I Googled if there's something like this in Bash, and there actually is. By editing the readline like config file, you can actually get the same behavior. Not exactly the same behavior, because what you can see if I do something like echo, it'll actually look through like the whole string, and what I'm about to show you will only work for like the beginning of the string. But what I can do, okay, oh wait, I forgot, more streamer magic I need now. So how do I do this? Turn this off, and here we go. Okay, great. Okay, so if I do ls and then I do echo stuff, let me get the chat. So now what I can do is that I can do echo and then just press up, and it will cycle through. So it's like Control R, but I think just like way more convenient. So just like, which is nice, because if I press, and it's logically consistent too, because if I have nothing in the line, right, and then you press up, well then, if it's nothing, then everything should match that, like nothing regex. So if I press up, right, it just matches everything, right? But then if I start typing something and I press up, it'll do that. The way that you can do that is just to edit your input RC file, and then just it's just these two. So if you want that, then that's pretty cool. I mean, it's also a feature where it's like some options, like some configuration options people have, it's like up to personal preference, like, oh, this is good, this isn't good. I honestly can't see any reason to not have this. It just seems objectively, because like if you don't feel the need to use this capability, you can just like ignore it, that it's there, and it'll never like adversely harm you. But if you do want to use it, which you probably will, it's like, why not? Alright, anyways, I think this is done. So now what did I just do? I just made it. So now I need to run the checks. Alright. So, has anybody new showed up in the chat? Let's see, there's Steve Finlayson. If you're a human being, say hey. By the way, Exxon, I feel like I've been streaming for like 2 minutes now, and I'm already the biggest show in the world, but if you want to hit me with that follow, that would be like very cool. You might have already done that. I don't know how I'd tell, like, does it just pop up on the stream? But, oh, wait, did it happen? Oh, snap. Look at that. There it is. Okay, I gotta, like, center it. Here, if you unfollow and refollow, will it come back up? Probably not, because then they probably turn that off to stop people from, like, spamming it, but... yeah. Oh, okay, something failed. What failed? ELF classify? Now this seems like something that I shouldn't just ignore, right? ELF, that's kind of a big deal. Alright. Run ELF classified.sh. Yeah, nothing happened, so... Okay, you know what? I googled it. People said don't worry about it. Maybe I should probably do the googling on the stream, right? Oh, what is this? I got a new so I didn't know this until, you know, I started streaming last night, but there's like achievements for streamers. So I gotta get better at like doing these transitions. I think that's something I gotta get good at. But anyways. Did I put Safari in one of these? Okay, so you have like these achievements, and I just got an achievement, reached 2 followers. Wait, who's my first follower? But anyways, alright. What is thy bidding? Nice. Okay, now if I turn off... Can I name these? You gotta be able to name them, otherwise it would be impossible. Rename. So... Safari, and then I set this window capture to be okay. Sorry about that. You don't care about that at all. I gotta get back to my stream. Alright, I don't know if you sent a message in like the last 3 seconds, but I lost all the chat from the last minute when I looked at the achievement, so... Okay. So according to the internet, that test there, the ELF classify, is not a big deal. And other people have also had issues with that, so I'm good. Then something else is that, alright, so I'm gonna need to change my working directory, which is what the C flag does. So I'm gonna, let me make sure you guys can see me. Okay, you can. By the way, I've said this a few times before, but This is like my first time streaming, so if there's anybody in the chat at all, say hey, and I will give you all the attention. So now let me check this again. So now I don't think it installed the libelf config, so I'm gonna have to manually move that. So how do I manually do that? So install, I gotta set the permissions, then config /libelf.pc. Okay, there we go. All right, so again, what libelf is that that's just the library for handling these sorts of files. So it deals with the linking itself and also its creation, I think. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how best to stream things, but whatever. So up next is libffi, which is a super portable programming interface for different sorts of calling conventions. So what this lets you do is that at runtime, like a programmer can call any function by that call interface description. So similar to like GMP, which is another similar thing. So libffi, this builds with optimizations specific to the processor, because it does a lot of like math things. Like GMP, I think, is the GNU multi-precision like mathematics thing. So, and since it needs to be very precise, a lot of the times it's made with like certain so you make it with certain optimizations in mind, like specific to the processor. All right, here we go. Now I'm looking at some resources, and I need to, so let me get out of here because I'm done with this. What's the name of this? Okay, so tar. See, I know .gz. I know .gz and .xe. I didn't know .bz. Kind of like, why doesn't it just know? That's my question. Like, if bash won't autocomplete it when it knows it's the wrong extension, then why can't tar just look and know what, like, you know, because can't it like look at like the map, like if I do file on it, you know, if I do file on one of these, like, what is it, .tar, like it'll probably tell me, right? Yeah, so it tells me what type it is. So I feel like, why can't tar just know? And like, why can't I just do tar x? Who knows? That's a mystery. Okay, anyways. So by default, this will want to install things to /user/lib /libffi/include, which we do not want. We want this to be put in /user/include like everything else. Again, we want it to be put there because normally things will want to install in like a user or in a local location to show that it's not part of like the core operating system and it's something that's user installed. But since I'm making the core operating system, I need to overwrite something, so let it do that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just gonna, you know, there's probably somebody on the internet has already done that. Let's see if the internet has some. Oh, perfect. See, I should be doing this all myself, you know, but thankfully somebody on the internet has already changed things. So, but I should still explain what it does. So what this command here does is that it takes. So what sed does is that it's like a find and replace kind of thing, and then what I'm doing is that. Actually, what is it doing? So on the line that starts with includes dir, I'm going to be replacing where it says libdir. So okay, so pretty much a line is going to start with, or a line is going to have libdir and then a bunch of stuff, right? And what I'm going to do is that all of where it starts at $libdir all the way to the end of the line, I'm going to replace that with just the include dir instead. So that's what this does, and then I have to make another change as well, which is a similar type of thing in another place where it calls this libdir directory instead of include dir. Yeah, it would be cool if tar was smarter, but then again, tar has had most of the same flags from the days. Well, I'm not saying that you can't have the flags. You know, it wouldn't like break backwards compatibility, because if I just do tar x right now, it'd be like, oh, you have to specify, you know, the type. So, wait. Is tar it's used for tape art? Is that what tar like stands for? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, it doesn't say what it stands for. Maybe it's at the end. What does tar stand for? I could Google it, but I'm a streamer now. That's what the chat's for. I don't have to do anything anymore. I just get the chat. Wow. But yeah, I feel like tar could be smarter. You know? I mean, excuse my French, but it seems like tar might be a little bit tarded. Alright, so I made this other change. Alright, I'm looking this up right now. Deck TU56. Let me get some images. Dang. Wow. More of the random read and write speeds on that one. Ha! So these are the same options that I've used before. So the only new one is I'm specifying the GCC arch. So what I want to do is that I need to ensure that GCC is like optimizes for the current system, because if I don't specify that, the system will guess, and the code generated may not be correct for some systems, which is especially nice because I'm doing this on ARM. So this is just something nice to put in. Not necessary, but can be useful. You know, I'm thinking like for tapes, right? Defragmenting must have been like a very important thing to constantly do on tapes, because they don't have like any sort of note of like a random like read or write. You know, that's like you got to spin all the way to the end. You know, so I mean having your data like contiguously must be like very important for tapes. So, I don't know, but I'm guessing that's a thing. Yeah, right now it's just a lot of installing things. You already know what's going on. But if there's anybody new here that doesn't know what's going on, say hey and I will give you the full rundown. Oh, hey, somebody new here. Oh, that's great. Oh my gosh, there's somebody new here. Who is this? Lots of Tzatziki. How is it going, dude? Hey, what's up? So, let me give you the rundown. See, do I have to give it? Okay, so first of all, I am a new time streamer. This is my first time streaming right now. But you don't care about that. But just know that, like, I don't know how any of this works. I'm trying to design my own operating system right now, based on Linux. And I'm doing this using, and I was interested in doing this, and I've been using Linux and Bash and those sorts of tools for a very long time now, but I didn't really know how to get started with this. So I tried looking this up, and I found this really, really cool thing called Linux from scratch. Now, Linux from scratch is that it's not like a recipe. It's very far from like a recipe to how to make your own operating system. It's kind of, the analogy that they use is that, my own distro of Linux. Is that an analogy that they've used is that, Stephen King, he wrote a book about writing, how to write. And in the book, right, he sort of gave, maybe some tips to how to find inspiration on things. And then once you get the inspiration, it's like, okay, I have this, because there's tons of people out there, that maybe want to write books. Oh, I have this great idea for a book, but I don't know how to get started. I want all these things to be in my book, but I don't know. So this book is sort of how to start doing that. And obviously his writing book isn't like, oh, just write this line and write this line and write this line, because then he'd be writing a story and then that's already his books, he would just write another book if he was just going to give, write this. Instead, it's sort of like it's like when you're motivated and you have inspiration for writing a book, it's like, how do you take that and then make a book? So that's sort of what this Linux from scratch is here. So I've been working through this, and I've spent a long time on it. Do you have any background in like programming or Linux or anything like that? Because if you do, let me know if you do, because so then I can sort of figure out how to orient my message. The other person in here, see, you are the second person to ever watch my channel. The first person here, Exxon, he is like a Linux expert. So now I was intimidated when he came into the chat, but yeah. So I don't know if I'm just gonna be pooped on today by all these people that know way more about what I'm doing than I do. Since about forever, I don't consider myself an expert though. Also programming since very young age. Cool. How old are you guys? I actually didn't ask you that, Exxon, either. I mean, given your job and position, I'm guessing you're definitely very experienced, so that's normally correlated with age. 33? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I am 21. I'm graduating from university this semester. So I'm the youngin' here. And yeah, so I'm graduating with degrees in astrophysics and computer science. So anyways, the way that you build an operating system is that it's a lot of doing things over and over again. And when I say like this is Linux from scratch, I mean from scratch. Like, how did I start this? I started this with an SD card that was blank, that had nothing on it. And then from that, I started doing this. And as you can see here, all this bash, all these things here, I made myself. There's not a single single file or executable in here that I didn't build from source. So I started with a blank SD card, and I got to, this bash, I have ls, whatever these colors are, all of that. I'm still not anywhere close to being done yet. And the way that it works is that I start with, a blank SD card, and then I have to format it with the ext4 file system and all of that stuff. But so the first thing that I do is that you have to use another computer, right? Because you need things like a compiler. So the very first thing that I do, well, actually it's tons of setup and like getting things right. But the first thing that I actually like in terms of programming is that you have to compile your own assembler. So I did that, and all the other like bin utils sort of things. So like a static linker, and then and I think like I don't know when I make the macro processor, but then you go through all this work because you don't even have GCC yet. You use GCC on another computer to start compiling some of these things, but you don't actually have GCC, and you go through. So you have to make all the stuff, right, and then you build GCC. But this GCC that I finally made for my for my OS here, this GCC is not what you would. Looks nothing like a normal GCC because I built this with like nothing. So it didn't even have the C standard library, for example, and didn't have C++ or anything like that. Right? It was just, and it's like, what is C without the standard library? And the answer is not much. But I use this very basic, if you're considering like tools, this is like a Stone Age, just a big rock that I'm using to just hammer things with. So I use this basic GCC, right? But now, and it's not much, but now I at least have a compiler, right? Now I have GCC. So I can use this compiler now to start making a bunch of things. So I make a bunch of things. For example, I build the C standard library, right? Fun fact, you can build the C standard library. Oh my gosh, Jengatron. Wait, okay. So now I got somebody else in here. Jengatron, what's up? Jengatron. Okay, anyways, that's super cool. Jengatron. No. I don't bring precompiled binaries. They're not, well, I'm actually compiling them. But anyways, so fun fact, you don't need the C standard library to compile the C standard library. But once I have this basic, again, like very blunt GCC, I can use that to make a bunch of other tools. And then with my GCC and these other tools that I've built, I can then make the C standard library. And now with the standard library, I can do some more things, right? And then once I set up some more things, I can use my GCC with the C standard library and the other things that I built to then remake GCC. So yeah, I built GCC once, right? That can do almost nothing. And then I recompile it so I can do way more. And then when I have that, I can start making other things, and that's when the first time that I built Bash, for example, right? And I can start, well, actually Bash, you have to do a lot of stuff, but you have Bash, and then I can make like the core utils. But all of these versions, even after the second pass of GCC, it's still not, that doesn't have C++ at that stage. Most of the C features, even with the C standard library, okay, super cool. All right. So yeah, nice to see you, Jengatron. But where was I? But yeah, all of these things like Bash is like not what you would think Bash is. Like Bash can't do that much because even after the second pass of GCC, it's still not great. But anyways, I make Bash, I make LS, I make all the front end stuff that that you know and love. So those sorts of things, and also just I'm making a lot more libraries than I am making things like LS and like commands that you actually use or Python. But I make those, but they're not very great. But anyways, so I make them, and I make them all on the SD card, and I put them all there. And then if you know Linux, you've probably heard of chroot. Well, you might have heard of chroot. I actually don't know. I'd heard of chroot, but I never actually used it before this. So what chroot is that, as you know, that on your file system, you have this slash directory here, right? And what the slash is that just says, everything on your file system is located relative to that. So what chroot lets you do is that lets you change the root directory. So it lets you redefine what that is. So now everything on your computer, whole operating system, right now it's referencing everything relative to whatever you specify the new slash to be. And with this, so what I can do is that, now I don't have a kernel or anything, but what I can do is that if I have this SD card, right, that I've been putting everything onto and compiling everything with, Now what I can do is that once I put bash on there, bash is actually like one of the big steps. Well, it's bash. Yeah. So bash is sort of the changing thing, because once I have bash on there, now I can chroot into this, because I can mount the SD card and then chroot into it. And now suddenly here I am, running this other operating system. So right now I'm chroot into this. And so it's not quite a full, because even though I'm saying, oh, I'm working on this, here it is, everything on here I built myself, you might be saying, oh, well, since I'm able to do things like ls and cd, or why do I keep on saying those are like the only two commands? Like, I promise you I know more than that, but okay, awk, I built that, but so you might be saying, now that I have this, I pretty much have everything I need. Why aren't I finished? And the reason is because I've cheated a little bit, right? Because when you chroot, right, it changes a lot of things, but it doesn't change everything. There's one thing that, that chroot can't fake, right? And what is that file system running on, right? It's running on a kernel. So this is using my same, I'm making this on a Raspberry Pi, by the way. I didn't say that. So I'm making this on a Raspberry Pi, and this is like, all this is running on a Raspberry Pi, but it's still using the same kernel on the Raspberry Pi. So what I need to do now is that now that I have, so I'm in a sense almost done. I have everything except the most important thing, because I'm nearly done setting up the whole user space, but it's running on the same precompiled, disgusting precompiled kernel. Ugh, I can't believe it. It's not done until every single bit on this machine has been compiled myself. So I am sort of setting things up now to do that. But actually, to rewind a little bit, once I'm able to do once I chroot into this, is that I can start doing a lot more stuff. I can start really starting to set up the user space stuff. But before I can do that, is that with my second pass of GCC that I did, and once I have things like bash, and I can start setting up like the locations of libraries and things, right? Because up until this point, as you might imagine, everything is statically linked. Especially 100% of things were statically linked when I made that like very first, boulder-sized GCC that can't that blunt GCC that can't really do anything. But now that I'm able to chroot into this, right, I can make the things that I'm compiling, dynamically linked to, to normal places like /etc or / user include or whatever. So after I do that, I have to go and make GCC for the third time. And this time I'm able to build it with things like C++ support and a bunch of other things, right? So now this version of GCC has been entirely compiled and all this up on my, on this chroot, so which is on this new file system. So this is nearly like the prime time version of GCC. So that's really cool, and that was a big achievement to get there. And then once I have this new good version of GCC, is that things like bash and ls and all the core utils and even my assembler, these were all statically linked. So now, just a few hours ago, I went and I recompiled bash. So I had bash on here, but it wasn't a great bash, because first of all, because it was made with a GCC that couldn't do as much. But now, so again, Linux from scratch is sort of like a cyclical thing, where you start with, again, the very first thing that I made was like an assembler, and the assembler was like really bad, because it turns out it's hard to make a good assembler without a compiler, right? So I start with this terrible assembler and these terrible like static linkers and these terrible like macro processors, and I use that to make a terrible compiler, right? And then I use this terrible compiler to make, some slightly less terrible libraries and some slightly less terrible tools and some slightly less terrible workspaces. And then I can use my terrible compiler with these other terrible things to make a less terrible compiler. And then I can use this less terrible compiler to remake, to remake all the things that I did last time, as well as make some things that I wasn't able to make at all before. So now I can make better versions of things from before and things that were just impossible to do. And now I can take those things and do that again. And do that again. And I'm nearing the end of this sort of cycle, but just a few hours, like, I should try to, But very recently, I got the third pass of GCC working, and it's like this. It was not easy. I mean, GCC is one of the hardest parts of doing this. Like each pass of GCC is like just full things just never work, and you got to go through and you got to go through the code, and you know, debugging makefiles is the worst thing in the world. I've done some stuff with makefiles in the past, but nothing ever like this before. If any of you guys in the chat know how a good way to debug makefiles, please let me know. I am completely, it's the worst. Like, I've spent probably 30 hours so far doing this Linux from scratch, trying to make this operating system. Probably 10 hours have just been, probably 15 hours have just been debugging makefiles. And then, so 15 hours debugging makefiles, I would say 5 hours debugging other files, other sorts of files, and debugging like linkers and like, oh my gosh. You know what, I changed my mind. I probably spent 40 hours on it. 15 hours debugging makefiles. Like 12 hours debugging like other sorts of like linker type issues and like OS things, and because sometimes you compile things and it works, and like way far down the line you realize that it doesn't work. That happened to me. I made a linker, right? After my second pass of GCC, I made a linker, a better version of a linker that could do some rudimentary dynamic linking, and I was using that. And then when I went to make my third pass of GCC like 3 days ago, it didn't work, and it took me like 4 hours to figure out why. And it turns out that way back when, like, 2 days before I had run into this error, it was a problem actually with the linker that I made. So I had to go back and redo everything, and then but I'm pretty sure that it's working now, like the linker and all that stuff. But yeah, it's sort of this cycle of taking things and then making new things, remaking older bad things better, and then as well as making things you couldn't make before. Anyways, I don't even know where I was. The last thing I did was that I made this. Okay, so I'm working right now on... Oh, actually, I gotta go back to where I was before. So I'm making libFFI, which is a high-level programming interface that lets me call... That lets me use various calling conventions in C. So I've done this, so now I gotta run the checks on it. I was telling this to Exxon earlier. So this is my first time streaming. So all of you guys are my first viewers. Exxon is my very first viewer. A problem that I notice is that I keep on... A lot of my time... Okay, now I'm just making up numbers for this percentage of time. And clearly I have no idea what I'm talking about now, but a lot of my time is just spent, compiling things. So I was telling this to Exxon earlier, like, why am I spending all of this time talking when not compiling things, when first I should just get the compiling out of the way and then start talking. So that's what I need to do, because this test is probably going to take a few minutes, and then I could have been talking during then. So Jengatron, do you have any experience with like Linux? Like, what do you or what sorts of, do you have any programming experience? Like, yeah, so I can do other things while I'm so lots of tell me if I'm pronouncing this right. Lots of tzatziki. Lots of tzatziki. Lots of tzatziki. Is this like in another language, or cucumber sauce? Is that the name of a cucumber sauce? Okay, lots of tzatziki. Jeez, you're just a real asshole when you came up with your name. Like, you expect people to pronounce that? But yeah, so you asked if I bring precompiled binaries. Nothing on this whole SD card is precompiled. I mean, obviously GCC on my other Linux machine, I didn't compile that GCC, but everything on this SD card I have compiled myself. And it's really like from scratch. Is Jingtron still here? No. Alright. Oh, thank you so much, like, Exxon. That means, like, have a good day, dude. That means, like, a lot to me. Like, this is my first time streaming, so it will get better. Do not worry. Alright, so, yeah. So what other things can... Oh, shoot, this is a lot of stuff failing. Man, you guys gotta point that out to me. Okay, this isn't good. Why is everything... It all seems to be the same thing. Return UC, return UL. Oh, no, it's not the same. Okay, it's just everything that's failing. Uh-oh. Alright. Time to Google. Number of unexpected failures, 685. Okay, this is not good. But some things did work. See, that's what's so confusing. You know what? I don't know what to do with this. I'm doing some mad Googling right now. And some people have actually had exactly 385 failures. And they said that things work for them. Yet when they post that this has happened, everybody in response to them is saying, this is bad. You shouldn't ignore this. And you should figure out what's going on. Yet everybody that's reported this exact same 685 thing has said that whatever they had in mind for their operating system, it's worked out for them. But that doesn't mean... But I don't know what they have in mind, you know, for their... Again, it's like their, you know, whatever their vision is. I don't know if their vision is the same as mine, but it seems like people aren't having problems. But I should probably fix it, right? Huh. Okay. So I should definitely not just blindly just make install and hope everything works out. So lots of Tsutsiki, what do you do? You said you've been using Linux for a while and you started programming at a young age, so I'm wondering what you do. Okay. See you, dude. Thanks so much for stopping by. Yeah, I really gotta figure out with the stream, like, the pacing of it. Like, again, I feel like I'm not doing much. It's a lot of me talking, and most streamers are kind of able to do both at the same time, so I gotta figure out the flow, you know, the flow of doing things and teaching people and also talking, but, hope you have a good one, dude. Let's see, is anybody else here a real person? Because I actually got... I was saying Exxon was my first viewer, but actually I had like 3 viewers earlier, and I was like, oh my gosh, like, hey guys, what's up? And I realized that they were all bots. So I see that there's like 6 people in the chat. I know that Commander Root is a bot. He's not a real person. Ignore him. Host Me Raffle is also not a real person. But if you are a real person, if Angel of Light or Electrical Ongboard, lots Tzatziki, I know you're legit. And then why this? If you guys are human beings, say hey. Alright. I'm actually glad that there's probably no human beings to watch me just make install. No, fuck. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Like, I just don't know what to do. Oh, yeah, see it, dude. Oh, I didn't see this. Perhaps we could cover different technical topics on the roadmap as well and do some technical deep dives there. That's a really good idea, and I will do that for sure. Okay. I'm guessing nobody in the chat right now is real. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, I wish I could like set it as a message, like automatically to whoever comes in here. But this is like my first time streaming, and I don't actually know if anybody in here is real or not. So if there's like if this is all bots, then I may just like sit quietly and like occasionally daydream about something. But then if there is like a single real person in here, I would prefer that because then I could actually like have to do work. So all right. Anyways, so let's yank this. Then do wget. Alright. Do 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 do. That's $6.50. Oh wait, what the? Alright, since I clearly do not know what I'm doing, I'm just gonna copy and paste this. That seemed really fast. Son of a motherfucker. If anybody in the chat, by some miracle, knows it. Oh, hey, Energy Z Bot. Are you actually a bot, or is that just your name? Okay, I'm guessing you're just a bot. Hey there. Yeah. This is not looking very good right now. Is anybody here actually like a real person? Like Energy Z Bot or Examag or anybody? Because like it's weird, but like so many of the viewers right now are like not real people. So I don't know if I should just be like staring off into nothingness or actually like talking to you guys about the universe and computers. So if anybody comes in here that is like an actual human being, like let me know. Yeah, this really fucking sucks right now. Ugh. Yeah, so if anybody's a real human being, let me know. fucking email that I was on this? Oh, whatever. That was a mistake. Fuck, that really fucking blows. God damn it. Hey, what's up? So, same message I've been saying for a while now, but most of the people here are actually like bots. I don't know why they're here, but if there's any real human beings, let me know and it'll be cool. But yeah, if you're a human, just say hey. Hey there, Sizik. Are you a real person? Or. Because I'm getting so many people in my chat that are like these like bots or something, so I can't tell if like these people are real or not. So if you are a real person, then just say hey in the chat. Oh, hey, what's up, Duck? Sorry for being quiet. Everybody in the chat, like, even though it says that I have a couple viewers, everybody in the chat was, like, actually, like, a bot. So, that was, yeah, cool that you're here, though. So, that's true. I do need a kernel. And that's actually what I'll be doing later. What I'm actually doing right now is that I'm actually getting set up to make a kernel, because you're right, is that if you want to make an operating system from scratch, you do need to make a kernel. But in order to make a kernel, you need the tools to make a kernel. So what I'm doing right now is that I am setting up an environment that will have the tools such that I will be able to compile a kernel from those tools. Does that make sense? Okay, I see what you're saying. So, I am using the Linux kernel. So what I mean by making an operating system from scratch, I mean like what you're actually seeing on this machine that I'm running right now, not a single piece of code from here, right? Not, this ls, it's actually bash that I'm running. Actually, other question, do you have any like programming experience or like Linux experience or anything like that? But anyways, so what I'm working on here is so not a single file in this whole file system has been pre-compiled. That's what I mean by from scratch. So I am not, for example, writing my own kernel. I am using the Linux kernel, but I'm not downloading a Linux kernel or something like that from the internet. I will be compiling my own kernel, and I'll be setting everything up myself. Like, for example, like the networking. I haven't gotten there yet. But when I get to where it's time for the networking, I'm not going to be using some kind of like GNOME setting manager thing. I will actually be compiling and configuring and maintaining everything, the whole network stack myself. So I will be using the Linux kernel, but I'm not downloading it. I'll be getting the Linux source code. I'll be setting everything up in the source code so that it works for my environment, changing the options and all that stuff, and I'll be doing that, So, because for example, like I'm using GCC as a compiler, right? But I actually built this GCC myself. It took me probably 20 hours. The GCC version that you see on here that's doing all this compiling, it took me forever to get this GCC to work. Because I didn't just download GCC, I had to compile this version of GCC multiple times over and over again. But let me know if that didn't totally answer it, or if you have any other like complaints or anything. Yeah, so GCC does, okay. So, good, then I'll take it you do have a lot of programming experience. So GCC does come with like build instructions, right? I mean, you could say, what's so hard about GCC, right? Just /configure and then make install, like you're done, Maybe put in a -J if you want to speed it up a bit. Unfortunately, so when I say from scratch, right? So I guess it's sort of, now we're sort of in between, right? Because it's not just, because that's still a bit not from scratch. I'm doing I'm doing more than that, because unfortunately you can't just do that, because for example, I don't have an assembler, right? So the very first thing that I did when I started this project, well, actually the first thing is that it's a lot of time like setting stuff up and getting your environment to work or whatever, but after that, the first thing that you need to do is make an assembler. Well, actually, no, you have to set up some file system. Well, no, actually, that's not true. You don't have a file system at first. So the first thing that I do is that I make the assembler. And then I get like a very basic, like static sort of like linker in there. And I do a bunch of things, and then I finally go and I start making GCC. So I'm using AR, which is like the GNU or GAR or whatever, or GAS or whatever, the GNU assembler. But it's not, but the thing is that since I'm making all this for sort of like cross compiling, right? Because I'm doing this whole project, right, on Linux. But what you're seeing right here is that I actually did all of this myself, right? What you're seeing here is that this took me probably like 40 or 50 hours to get. I've been working on this now to get to where we are now, where I'm actually inside my own Linux environment. I forget where I was going with this. Oh, so I start making a few things, and then after I do that, I'm able to make GCC, but it's not any GCC that you would recognize. For example, it doesn't come with, like, C++. or a lot of the functions that or even the C standard library. And then you should probably be pretty skeptical and be like, no C standard library. Like, what is C without the C standard library? And the answer to that is not much. It's not any. It's the GCC that I built is not any GCC that you would recognize. And it's like a caveman like big block that just smashes. It's a very crude instrument, right? But before that, I didn't really have a compiler. But now I have GCC, right? So now what can I do when I have a compiler? Well, I can make a few things with it. It's not great, and it's not like optimized at all, but I can make a few things with it. No, I've read this. I've read the. I've actually read this exact article. But it's not just like the. So in the process, I ended up doing most of the things in that article, but more. So I had to. So I've built GCC like multiple times because what I'm able to do with this GCC is that I'm able to make it, with the first pass of GCC, I wasn't able to do a lot with it, right? But I can make a few things, right? For example, I was able to make actually like glibc, so I could make the C standard library, and I could actually remake the assemblers that I made all the way back like in that first age. I could recompile that assembler. And it worked, and now this assembler, this second assembler that I made is a lot better. And now that I have the C standard library and like all the bin utils, I recompiled all those, and I made a bunch of other tools. So now, after I did all that, I was able to recompile GCC again. And this time it could have way more features, like some basic dynamic linking and things like that. But you're right, that is a very good article, or wiki page. OSF is a good site. That and like the Arch wiki is good. Well, the Arch wiki is mainly for like user lands, like once you're kind of like once you already have sort of bash and stuff, but there's also good stuff on Arch wiki. But yeah, and then I can make GCC again, and now with this better GCC, I can remake everything that I made before, so I can remake those bin utils for the third time and do all that stuff. Right? As well as make things that were just impossible to compile before. Right? So I have to make everything again with this new GCC, and then I can make tons of new stuff that I haven't been able to do. So this second time I built GCC, that's fantastic. Right? But it's still not great. It only has very, very limited like dynamic linking, and the whole GCC itself is statically linked. And also all the tools that I made, like I had like, but I was able to make things like bash and stuff with that, and that was cool. And after I made bash, I was able to chroot into my, because I started with a blank SD card. That's the thing, right? Is that you could be like, oh, like why don't you just like, why can't you just do make and then make install? And it's like, well, I started with a blank SD card. So what this project is Linux from scratch is that it's like, it's a lot. You're giving me very good tips, and like I think those tips are like, that's super helpful to me, because like I have like a list of all the things that I need to read, but the things like even in this article, like a lot of it is like is almost still kind of too high level. But I end up doing this stuff like later on. But I'm saying at the beginning I can't even do the stuff that you say here. Does that make sense? Actually, I can send you the site that like, it's not necessarily like a walkthrough, but it's sort of like a description of what it is, if you want to look at that. So this is like when I say Linux from scratch, it is very, very from scratch. Anyways, so yeah, let me know if you have any other like questions about, you know, this or other Linux things or astrophysics. That's actually what my main focus in life is, that I do physics for a living, astrophysics. But I've always been like super interested in computing too. Ah, motherfucker. This thing has been failing all day. By the way, Mr. Duck, I know that I may not have gained your approval quite yet. And this is actually my first day streaming. I don't think I said that before, but I literally started streaming like a couple hours ago for the first time. And I'm already shilling. But if you want to drop me a follow, that would be super cool. Hey Florian, how's it going? By the way, if there's anybody else in the chat that's like a real person, like let me know, because like even though it says that there's like some viewers, actually they're all bots, which is kind of annoying. But let me so Florian, how's it going? Do you have any like tell me about yourself. Do you have any kind of like programming or like Linux experience? So anyways, Florian, okay, that's great. That's great. So some C and C++ and web stuff and Linux, really just using it. Well, I think that's so cool. I mean, I was in a similar spot not too long ago, and I just got really into it. So sorry. So. Ooh, hang on a second. Okay, sorry. Just all these failures from this build. I've been trying to get this to build all day. But so what I'm trying to do right now is that I'm trying to make my own operating system from scratch. So what you see here, even though it's failing and really sucking right now, this is the culmination of, I keep on saying different numbers every time, but probably over 50 hours of work. And like this started with just a blank SD card with nothing on it, and I've gotten it from there to like, you said you've used Linux before. So like, do you have any experience with like Bash, like the terminal on Linux? Or do you mainly do like graphical stuff like in Ubuntu? Man, see, I don't know if I've told you this before, but this is my first time streaming, so I'm very bad at this. I like see, and this problem that I'm having is that like there's been a few other people in here earlier, and one thing that I'm very like unfamiliar with is that like I can't just like ask questions to the chat and like wait for you to respond, because it's like there's that time delay. So it's like what I've noticed is that I sometimes like ask a question and I just like stare at the screen for like 30 seconds. So I gotta like figure that out. But yeah, so this is so you've used like Bash before. So when I'm in here now, like the fact that I'm here and I'm like being able to use Bash and there's CD and LS and whatever, all this stuff, this is the culmination of like a lot of work that I've been able to get to the point where this libffi, which is so the way that executables on Linux work. Now, I'm probably going to say this very wrong. So if there's somebody in the chat that knows more about this than I do, please correct me. But when you have files, right, like programs in Linux, they need to have a certain format to them so that the programs can like understand what they're saying. And a popular format for that is called ELF, right? Which is the executable and linkable format. So what I'm trying to make right now is called libffi, which is a library that provides, which has a lot of ELF tools in it. But specifically what libffi does is that it's like a high-level programming interface for calling conventions, right? So if you want to make, like, maybe not necessarily like system calls, but calls to different, like if you've used C and C++, you might have heard of like calling conventions before. So this is the library that I'm trying to build right now, and it's failing miserably. Yeah, let me know if you have like any questions about any of this stuff, because that's like kind of why I wanted to do this stream, is because like, well, actually, TBH, one of the main reasons that I can like learn from the chat, because I don't really know that much about Linux and this sort of stuff either, but I've learned a lot recently, but also to just sort of like teach the chat stuff and whatever they want to know about computers, or or physics, because actually my training is, my like what I actually do for like a living is I'm an astrophysicist. So if you want to know about supernova or something, that'd be cool too. Yeah, geez, this really isn't working. So yeah, now I'm actually, so you kind of came in at not the best moment, because see, when things are working, it's pretty cool. Now things aren't working, and I have to figure out why not. Is anything passing here? Is there a way to make files to be verbose? Like, is there a verbose thing? Or like debug? Okay, there is D. Maybe this can help. Yeah, Florian. That is a lot of it. A lot of programming is just trying to go through this stuff. See, the problem is that this is kind of important. So if these checks aren't working, like, have you ever dealt with like makefiles before? I've done some like super basic makefiles in the past before starting this project, but like in this, like trying to make my own operating system, there's been so much makefiles, or so many makefiles, and let me tell you something. Debugging makefiles is one of the worst things in the world. It's just like I don't even know what to like. It's awful. They don't give any information. No helpful error messages. Yeah, it's the worst. By the way, every like couple of minutes, I like will make this announcement that like this is my first time streaming and I have no idea what I'm doing. So if there's anybody like watching the stream right now, please just like send a message, because otherwise I will not know you're here. And like most of the time today, like there hasn't been somebody in the chat, so it's like I'm not gonna be like. So then I'm just like staring at my computer and maybe like daydreaming or something. So if you like send a message to the chat, that'll jolt me and get me back to work, or help me talk through what's going on. Yes, they are different. CMake is, I think, made to like it's that came out. CMake came out later. Like I think CMake is newer. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm actually trying to Google the differences between them. It seems like CMake is for like cross compilers or something, and it's more like portable. Gosh, failed again. Check Deja Neo error one. Okay. All right, time to Google this stuff. Let's see. But yes, according to the internet, make and CMake are very different things. Yeah, this is not super entertaining right now. I apologize. Okay, so what do you do? Are you a software engineer? Alright, hopefully this doesn't go horribly. That's what I'm gonna say. All right, well, next up, speaking of, like, we were talking about, like, networking and things a bit earlier. Well, now it's time for one of the most important pieces of networking in the whole operating system, and that's going to be OpenSSL. So what OpenSSL is that it's a package that has management tools related to cryptography, and these are useful for providing cryptographic functions to other packages like OpenSSH, email applications, and web browsers for doing HTTPS. So this is a big moment here. So let's see. Okay, so let's decompress this. ZX. Huh. Business computer science. Is there a comma in there, business and computer science, or is there a program that's called business computer science? That's very cool. And see, again, it's like I pause and I wait for you to, like, see, but you're also typing. So it's like typing is also, like, very, like, because typing is slower than talking, and then there's also the lag. So it's like I can't just ask a question. All right, now there is a problem in recent versions of SSL involving some low-level memory allocation function. So I'm gonna have to. So this is the part where it's like, I'm not just compiling like pre-made things. I'm actually gonna have to edit the source code a lot too. So that's what I'm gonna be doing. Let's see if somebody else is like. Do I have to? I might have to do this myself. I don't know if other people have fixed this already. Oh, okay. You know what? This should do kind of what I want it to do. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so are you from Germany? Well, obviously, if your program is from there, but it's one thing, right? Are you studying business and computer science as like two different majors, or is it like, or is there a program in Germany that's like for business computer science? Oh, that is so interesting. Oh, sorry about. I just got a text from somebody. Semi-important. So like, what sorts of things are you doing there? Like, so you're saying that you're doing web dev company and studying. So like, that seems like such a cool idea. Like, I wonder why that's not a thing here. Because so you're doing business and computer science, and I'm doing astrophysics and computer science. But I wish there was like a more practical part of it too. By the way, I make this announcement like every like couple of minutes, but this is my first time streaming, so I kind of have like no real idea what I'm doing, and a lot of the people in there, like even though it says that there's people in the chat, like a lot of them are bots. So if you are a real person and you are in the channel, like just say hi. Maybe I should like change the title to reflect that. Like, please say hi. Ask me anything about programming Linux. Alright, how do I update? Done. Okay, nice. And now we wait for things to compile. So yeah, now I can totally chat. So yeah, one thing, it's like 3 months of studying and then 3 months of working in a company. Is the whole program only 6 months? Like, are you in university right now? If you work on SSL and commands, does there some kind of kernel and assembly and stuff? There is a lot of kernel work and assembly that will go into something like SSL. Oh, hey. Oh, that's so cool. I have 2 simultaneous viewers. That's insane. Hey there, Sindev, I love pie. Hello to you too. How's it going? So, what I'm doing right now is that I'm working on making my own operating system from scratch. So I literally started this with like a blank SD card with nothing on it. And now I have like, actually, let me ask you, do you have any experience with like Linux or do you have any programming experience, or have you ever used Linux before or something? Oh. Alright, now it's time to run the tests. Now I'm worried because the last thing that I compiled, it did have a few errors in there. But most of them were successes. But I think the real thing is that OpenSSL does need some of the things from libffi. So if this doesn't, so I'm worried that OpenSSL will fail horribly. And this is something that does need to work almost perfectly. So cross your fingers. If you see a bunch of fails, then I will probably, you may see a few tears well up. Okay, you do have a lot of programming experience and you use Linux a lot. Okay. Oh, and so Florian, so just to recap, Pi, so Florian is saying that he's in Germany and he's doing this cool, he's doing this cool major where it's like, it's like a business slash computer science degree. So it's not like he's double majoring. It's like one program that's like both of those. So I thought that was really cool. So I'm trying to find out more about it. So it's 3 years and then you graduate with a bachelor's degree. So Florian, I'm kind of confused because earlier you said it's 3 months of studying and then 3 months of working in a company. So there you're talking about like 6 months total, and now it's 3 years total. So what are you doing for the other 2.5 years? Okay, but that's awesome that you have a lot of programming experience. What sorts of like languages have you used? Okay. I am very glad that I'm getting a lot of okays. And hopefully I don't jinx it and everything starts failing. Because that would be not good. No, it's over 30. Okay. Okay, I got what you're saying. You're a programmer. That's cool. So yeah, I started this with just a blank SD card, and I've spent like over 50 hours now trying to do this. I mean, as you can see, it looks pretty legit. I mean, like I have a shell bash. As you can see, I was able to. I got make working, and like I have GCC on here. GCC. The last 40 hours, I would say, like from the first second up to the 40th hour, most of that was getting GCC to work. And then once I had GCC, like the version that I have now of GCC, I've been doing a lot of this stuff now. Because now I have this awesome tool called GCC that I can use to make stuff. Oh, I see what you're saying, Florian. So it's like, so you get to school and then first it's 3 months. So the first 3 months are studying. Then it's 3 months of work, then 3 months studying, and then 3 months work. I get it. So it's like you're doing that. You're doing that pattern for the 3 years. So Pi, I don't know what you mean by recoding. There is a lot of that. I mean, I have to like write a lot of stuff. It's really like it's like super in depth. You know, a lot of people think that. Like when I sort of, if they've heard of Linux from scratch, or if I give like my 5-second summary of Linux from scratch, like, I don't get it. Don't you just do like /configure and then make install? And it's like, no, I wish it was that easy. But unfortunately, it is so much more than that. It is like, you have to do all of the like I have to edit the source code from almost all of these files. I have to set up the entire environments myself, all of the configuration. I have to do that. I spend a lot of time, like, it is very, Linux from scratch is, like, really, really difficult. And it's, like, and again, and everything's very, like, unique. And it's not even, Linux from scratch doesn't even actually tell you what to do. Okay, so, you're right. Maybe I should explain what Linux from scratch is. Because a lot of people think Linux from scratch is like, what is it? You just... you do make and it builds an operating system for you. The best analogy I've heard is what they use in the book is that a couple years ago, Stephen King, the famous author, he wrote a book on how to write books, right? Um, so what what the book is about, right, is that it's like, so if you have people, that maybe have an inspiration and so they have an inspiration for writing books, and they want to write a book, but they don't know how. So what he's doing is that he's sort of walking them through, like, maybe how do you get inspiration for something, or if you have inspiration for an idea, how do you take that and how do you form a story out of it? How do you start writing? Maybe how do you begin with the writing? And then so Stephen King's book on writing is not literally first you write this line of the book, then you write this line of the book, then you write this line of the book, because then he'd just be writing a book. He's done that before. What this is for people that want to make their own book. How to go about uniquely to make their own, uniquely to go about taking their idea. If they have a great, I have this cool idea for a plot, I should have this. Oh, that's cool that you have a cool idea. Then you can use his book to help guide you to making that a reality. What Linux from Scratch is that it's very similar, right? Where it's like, you want to make your own operating system, right? But you want to, right? You want to make your own operating system, but you don't know how. Like, where do you get started with that? So what Linux from Scratch is that it helps people that have great ideas for operating systems. I'd love to make an operating system that maybe does this or has these features. So what Linux from Scratch is that it helps you go about doing that. But the thing with Linux from Scratch is that there's not a single, what you see in this whole operating system, right, that I'm running right here, all of this LS stuff. Is everything successful? Nice. Wait, result pass. You see that, guys? Oh my gosh, I am actually super happy right now. That's a big success. But anyways, so what this is that this is just, so what Linux from Scratch is that it does not do like most of the work for you. Like, you have to do, and it's not even like the instructions. The instructions aren't do this and then do that. It's like unique to you. So it's help. So most of the time, like, there is a Linux from Scratch like book, but most of the time you're spending Googling and reading all these documentation for different things and how to work it. Okay, back to the chat. No, I thought it was hard as and you have to recode every program creating the kernel from scratch. Okay. So that might be the other end of the spectrum. So it's not like I have to rewrite. Isn't the Linux kernel like 10 million lines or something like that? Like, you're not rewriting. You're not rewriting all of the kernel, just parts of it. And more so, you have to do all the configuration yourself. All the like environment stuff, because making an operating system is more than just compiling things, right? Because it's like, there's also, like, if you think of your computer, you may think of your computer as just a list of programs, but there's actually more than that. There's structure to it. There's dependencies. There's ways things go. And so it turns out that part, and the thing is that part is hard to like automate. So you can't just make a program that will do all of that, because you're doing things on different hardware and then different capabilities. So it's so you're right. Maybe you were thinking a bit on the opposite side of the spectrum, where, like, for example, I do take the Linux kernel, right? I actually haven't compiled the kernel yet. That comes later on. I can explain how it's possible that I'm running this right now without a kernel. But I'm not recoding, but I don't have to rewrite the whole Linux kernel. I can take the Linux kernel, right? But the source code, right? Nothing precompiled. But I can take that source code and sort of shape it to fit my needs. And once I have that, I can do all the which I haven't gotten there yet, but from what I've heard people say is that even though you have the kernel code, like, getting the kernel, going from, I downloaded, from, the source code from like some Git repo, to like, now the kernel's working is like over a dozen hours, because it's a lot of work you have to do to get things to start working. And then once you get things initially, it's probably going to fail. And then you're going to have to go and figure out what went wrong. Like, most of the time I've spent on this is like compiler errors and having to go through the code and change things, or debug my environment, or maybe I forgot to do something, and That's what I've spent most of my time on. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm using CHR here. Spoiler alert. Because yeah, I'm using CHR to do this. So okay. Oh, super happy that this isn't working. Okay. Now, according to some documentation, so what do I need to do? Okay, so unfortunately, I am not installing a few libraries that that OpenSSL wants me to install, so I'm gonna have to remove those. I hope wait, install web SSL encrypted SSL. Make. Oh, for sure. And I know I like just started streaming. Like today's my first time streaming, so I hate to be a shill already. But if you want to drop me a follow, that would be like super duper cool. Cause that, you know, I mean, and if, yeah, and if you do plan on coming back, you know, then it will help you. You know, it'll help you know when I'm streaming again. Since you guys probably had to scroll pretty far down to find my channel. But yeah, if you could drop me a follow, that would be very, very cool. But thanks so much, Florian. It was great talking to you, and good luck with your school. Okay. Oh, I didn't see your message, Pi. Someday I want to make a bare bones operating system that only provides threading, Vulkan, and I/O, etc., so that I can port some games to run on essentially bare metal, so that they perform as fast as possible. That sounds like a really cool idea. Thank you so much. It's supposed to like play on the channel when I get a follow, but it's not doing that right now. Why isn't that working? By the way, I know nothing about streaming at all. So, like, this is my first day streaming. So I thought it's supposed to say, like, you know, say that somebody started following. I got this thing that should do that. I think I can simulate something if I do test follow. Yeah. So that's weird that it didn't come up for you, but I really appreciate it. Okay, anyways. So, with only... See, it was funny when I was reading your message, Pi, because I was like, okay, something bare bones, it's like only threading. Okay, that's pretty bare. I/O, okay, that's pretty bare. And then Vulkan, like, oh, wow. Well, Vulkan's actually, like, a lot. Like, what I think would be very interesting for you, Pi, is to see how much... Like, how much do you need to have Vulkan? Like, if you wanted to play a game, right? I mean, because you would need to do... I mean, you say I/O, etc., but you would obviously need things like networking. Like, what's the minimum you need to run Vulkan and like basic game type things? Well, that's such a cool project. If you ever do that, and you decide to stream it or like document it like on a pastebin or something, like definitely let me know. I would be super interested in like and following that. What is the most complex subtitle format in the world? I don't know what that means. Like language, like the characters it can have. Like you're telling me I can put emojis in my movies now? This installed the documentation in the wrong place. I gotta fix that. Advanced Substation Alpha subtitles format. So what is that? Like, excuse me for being so ignorant, but like how complex can subtitles be? Like, what do you need? You need characters, right? And you need to be able to like sync it to the video, so it needs to have like timestamps. Okay, well, I'll have to look into it. All right, Pi, you are a very lucky person. Do you know why you're so lucky? Because now that I have all of the stuff set up, I'm finally ready to build Python. So now I'm going to spend... Now, the nice thing is that, like, some people want Python, some people don't. Like, I definitely think Python is very important. So I have spent a lot of this time, even way back when I'm working on GCC, but all the libraries that I've installed and all the things that I've done since then, I've had Python in mind. So, and I've taken leeway, like I've made decisions in some places to make it easier to install Python. So surprisingly, even though Python is such a big deal, and it's actually one of the more complicated things to do in an operating system is to install something like Python, like in an OS from scratch, I think, hopefully, if things go well, it should be surprisingly easy. Now, watch, I am totally wrong, and I spend the next 12 hours working on this, which is possible. I mean, like, for something like Python, it's normally like, okay, now I'm ready to do Python, so, hey, you know, Pi, you're lucky because you get to watch me spend the next 12 hours doing Python. That's probably what happens most of the time. I'm hoping it doesn't happen to me, given some of the decisions I've made. But we will see. Oh, what's the extension on this? BZ. Do I not have... Did I not install the Python source code? Does it start with a capital P or something? That's gotten me before. Oh, there we go. See? Alright, tar JX. Alright, this is a big deal. Pi, I'm glad you're here to be there for this. Alright, so what I need to do is that as Pi, I'm sure you know, most of the time when you install an application or something, it'll put it in /user/local, right? Because /user/local is where you want to put all of your is all the stuff that you as a user installed, so that it doesn't get confused with things from the operating system. So by default, things get put in /user/local, and /users for things are reserved for like important things that are key to the operating system. However, since I'm building the operating system, I actually want to put things in /user because it's for, the global operating system. So that's why I'm overriding that with the prefix /user. Also, some of the times, and again, this comes into where I've made a lot of decisions that should help Python become a lot easier to install, is that Python sometimes will like try to use its own libraries and not try to link to libraries that I already have. And that can make things a lot more involved to like set up Python and the whole config and get all that stuff working. I've spent a lot of time getting all the things that Python links to be very friendly to Python and make it so that Python can like find those things. I spent a lot of time doing all this stuff to make this installation go well, and because of that, I can just use the 2 ticks enable shared, which even though here it's only like 2 dashes, or I guess 3 because there's the between enabled and shared. This saves me, like, even though these 2 ticks here, this is actually not having Python try to do it itself and mess everything up is going to save me a lot of time. The other thing I need to do is that this enable shared works for like most things, but then I also have to, but for some reason this option doesn't look for things like expat, which would take some time if it tried to do it itself. But I've even set up expat and libffi to be well with Python, so I can actually include these optional ones, like these extra ones too, and all of this combined will be very cool. What's up? How are you doing? Hi, is this dude a bot? I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. Hey, what's up? Lab Preveratech 24 Fit. How's it going? See, the only reason I am super thrilled whenever somebody new comes into this chat. I love it a lot. The only thing is though is that this is my first time ever streaming. So maybe private tech, you might be confusing me for somebody. Or maybe you just watched my channel like a couple minutes ago, like you were lurking and then you came back. Machines get better every Yes, they do get better every time. Right, Pi? I mean, it's better than nothing. You know what, Pi? I just think you're jealous. As soon as somebody comes into the chat and says how much they love my channel and, how great of a streamer I am and how it gets better every time, immediately you just oh, it's a bot. It can't be real. Is that what you're saying? That it can't be real for somebody to legitimately like my channel? Look at the URL in my Twitch profiles banner. Science, technology, the best. See? This guy is such a huge friend of mine. Or such a big fan of mine. By the way, Pi, if you ever have, like, back to actual not bot things, if I, like, mention a word that you haven't heard of before, please, like, ask me so I can, like, try to explain it. Because, like, that's what this whole thing's about. So, like, if you don't know what FFI... Like, I just casually drop FFI, and you may not know what that is. Because there's not, like, a reason to, because it's a pretty low-level thing. Like, ask me what that means, and I can explain it. I will just go ahead and explain what libffi is. Is that standardizes a bunch of calling conventions and makes it very easy for programs to access those calling conventions for, like, kernels and other low-level sorts of things. All right. Now let's see if all of my preparation and planning will actually work. Or if I will maybe have to spend the next 12 hours getting Python up and running. Can I report this guy? The bot? Where's the problem? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I just went there and did that too. Oh, okay. Well, the configuration went well, but that normally doesn't fail ever. So, I want to release build with all stable optimizations out. No, I'm not gonna optimize. That's probably gonna not be good. All right, you ready? Oh. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop over here. So this is what I'm running in like my regular like. Oh, by the way, I'm doing this on a Raspberry Pi. Very cool. The Raspberry Pi 4 that just came out. But see, I've sometimes had problems with running out of RAM on this thing, so I'm going to monitor it, and then if it gets close to running out of RAM, I'll kill it. So, all right. So, forgive me, Pi. I don't remember if I've gone through this whole spiel before, but because I've given this thing like I have to figure out how to condense it. But this same like 20-minute talk to like each new person that's come into the chat about exactly how the process for Linux from scratch. So I don't know if I already went, or maybe I tried to give you a briefer version, but the way that Linux from scratch works is that it's a bunch of making things, like having very blunt and bad tools and using those bad tools to make slightly better tools, to then remake those tools and to make other tools that you couldn't make before. So that's sort of that cycle of you have a bad tool, use that bad tool to make other tools, right? And then you use your bad tool and those other tools to make a better version of the first tool that can then make new things that the first one couldn't, and then to remake it, etc., etc. So what this version of Python is that this actually isn't, this is a big deal, but it's not going to be the final version of Python. Because, in fact, if I was a better streamer, I'd figure out how to put this on the stream, but I don't actually know how to do this right now. But if you go to Python, right, like Python, if you Google Python GitHub, right, yeah, the first result there will take you, you know what, I'll figure this out. I'll be a good streamer. Hang on, I got this. Hang in there. Okay. Oh, snap. Look at that. I did it. Oh, no. Wait, it's not in there. Technical difficulties. It's like... Okay, close enough. Look. Is it blinking for you? Okay, anyways. Is it just me, or like, are you also having this like blinking thing going on? Anyways. So if you look at Python, like like CPython, right? You'll see that like most of Python is actually written in Python, right? So what's up with that? How can you have Python written in Python? You know? Like how, well, it makes sense how you could have it, but how am I then able to make Python if I don't have Python? Right? And so similar to how like C is written in C, what this is that this is just the first pass of Python. So you're right. Maybe I should just say fuck it and try the compiler optimizations, but they probably wouldn't work. And they also don't really need to work right now because this is only a temporary version of Python. Once I have this version of Python working, I will use this Python to make other great and important tools, right? And then use that Python and those tools that I just made and all the other tools that I've had before, like GCC, to then go and then make a better version of Python. So this is a temporary version of Python, and things don't need to be perfect for it. In fact, a lot of the things that, like I said, like, oh, I spent a lot of this time trying to get things ready for Python to be good. Like, yeah. Am I rambling too much? Like, well, I don't really know what to do while this thing is compiled. Oh, it finished. Oh, that's awesome. That was way shorter than I thought it would be. But like actually see, like this is my first time like streaming, so I actually like I need legit like how do you like thoughts about how you think about like what I'm doing. Like am I talking too much a bit? Oh shit, I never took that off. I'm sorry. Okay, well that's definitely something I need to improve about the channel. Alright, now you should see it fine, right? But yeah, like let me know, like, because I gotta get better at doing like stuff. Like I'm because like most streamers, right, they're able to like do things, like they're able to do things and communicate with the chat and all the stuff at the same time. And this is my first time streaming, so I gotta get like better at that. So but let me know if it's like I'm talking too much, or it's not even that I'm talking too much, but I'm just repeating the same things. I am using OBS, which I would show you OBS, but I think that might like make everything look really bad. Let's see. How would I even do that? So if I add a window capture, and then I try to put in, where's OBS? Is that it? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. This is not helpful to you, at all. This is, why does it even look like that? Okay, anyways. That didn't work. But I'm streaming on my MacBook. Oh, hey, Icy Poke. Okay. How's it going? Yes, I can talk more slowly. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out what was going on there. Oh, snap. Okay. Let me just check that everything has the right permissions. Oh. Not at all. Okay. Oh, it's all good. This is actually my first time streaming. I've never like tried streaming before, so this is very new. So let me know like if you want to talk about anything like about computers or if you want to geek out on sysadmin things or actually my day job is that I'm an astrophysicist. So if you want to know how stars get made or something like that, definitely let me know. All right, and then I gotta link my what's it called? Link pip. Anyways, Icy Poke. What you just saw was that I was finally able to get Python to build successfully. Oh, cool. Not quite Arduinos, but I'm doing this on a Raspberry Pi. Oh wait, yeah, I would. You're the subtitle, the video player. That would be super cool. Okay, well, you said you're also a sysadmin, right? Or was that a joke? You said just clowning. Now I'm confused. Were you clowning about the talking more slowly, or about the sysadmin? Ugh. Okay. Well, that's all really cool, though. Ugh. Okay. Oh, were you okay? So you were a Microsoft sysadmin. Do you have any experience with like Linux or um like have you ever used like Linux or Bash? I mean, it's kind of hard to not, right? I mean, even if you're a Microsoft sysadmin, I mean, you've definitely used Bash and things. You're not just PowerShell out the wazoo. I'm trying to find. Um, all right. Oh, you know what? That is super cool, Icy Poke, because like I think it's really cool that being able to have like a different perspective in the stream because most of the people that's been in the stream are like people that have like used Linux and so I mean Pi, I've been talking to him a bit. He's this man's a super Linux genius. So I think it's cool because you're also like an expert but in a different thing. So it's going to be really cool to like get to talk to you over these streams if you decide to come back and you know because I'm just doing this on my own. So I'll be doing like, you know, a lot of like showing people how to do things, or just sort of talking about how things work, since I'm, you know, doing this operating system from scratch. So it'll be cool to hear what you think about things as we go along. So even though I've only been streaming for like 10 seconds so far, and you've just got here, I'll already shill out and say, if you would like to have those conversations, you should definitely drop me a follow. That would be very cool. Now, I thought I had it set up so that I would get notifications when somebody follows or something like that, but they haven't been working, so I don't know. Oh, never mind. Okay, there we go. Cool. Okay. Anyways, so I installed this. That's really cool. So let me get rid of this Python stuff. Okay, so now I'm going to install Ninja. Now what Ninja is that this is a build system, but it's small, and it's just for like small things and very fast. So let me I wonder. Yeah, actually, I have a question. So I see. So you said you've goofed around with like Unix stuff. What sorts of like are you talking about like a Mac, or have you used Linux, or like the Windows subsystem for Linux? I guess if you're still a Windows guy, you should definitely check that, or Cygwin, or there's a lot of different cool Unixes. So yeah, which Unixes have you used before? All right. Anyways. So yeah, I'm super excited to finally be able to use Python. Okay. So what the bootstrap parameter does is that it forces Ninja to rebuild itself for the current system. What does MOS stand for? Mainly on shit. Sysadmin was my main objective source. MOS, what the heck does that mean? Military Occupational Specialty. I got it. Oh, there you are. You said in the chat. Okay. Yeah. Well, then why even say it's the same letters, except you don't have to hold shift while you do it. All right, bootstrap complete. All right, so now we need to test this to make sure that it worked. Again, what this is that this is a build system. /ninja. let's see, multipath TCP Linux kernel. What does that mean? The use of several IP addresses / interfaces. Like, you can already... Is that already built into the Linux kernel? I mean, that's already a thing. I mean, here I do have multiple... I mean, here are all my interfaces here. So what does that mean by multipath TCP? Because I have different interfaces, and each interface has its own IP address. All right. Sorry, I Googled it, and then I came across... Hang on, let me do some more streamer magic. This is harder than it looks. Okay, window capture. See, these are all the wrong size. Okay. So I saw this. Basically, you can use multiple connections for same. You can. Oh. Is that super useful though? But I get what you're saying. So it's sort of like. So hang on. Oh, hang on 1 second. Sorry about that. So what you're saying is that, like, if I have like if I have my laptop, right, I could find like a wireless card or something, like, you know, like an external Wi-Fi thing, and plug that in and have like twice the internet, sort of. Or like if I plugged in like either, because how it is now, you know, if I have if I have like Wi-Fi and I'm connected to Ethernet, which I am, I have to use Wi-Fi or Ethernet. But this way I could use both of those at the same time. Is that how that works? See, look at this. We're learning. If you're on two different... See, that's what I'm confused of. That's why I asked. Because why would it... See, that's what I was thinking in my head. Because my Wi-Fi... If I'm connected to Ethernet, right? The speed of my Ethernet is completely bottlenecked by the speed either of the external server. Well, okay, first of all, it's bottlenecked by my by the router itself, it's bottlenecked by the router or the modem, so there's a limit to how much internet I can get a second, and then it's also limited by whatever the server can spit out. So if I'm on the same network, right, if I'm connected to both, so if I have two Wi-Fi cards in my computer, then it's like that still won't speed up that. Or if I have Ethernet and Wi-Fi, that won't make it any faster too. But you're right; it would have to be two separate networks, then it could divide that load. So I guess if there were two Wi-Fi networks in a similar spot, then you could use that to. All right. Can you guys see this? Okay. Did the test work? Nice, it worked. Once everyone implements this, it won't be bottlenecked. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, what I'm imagining, right? Maybe is that if I want faster internet, you're saying that with multipath TCP. If I want faster internet, I already have that one fiber optic cable plugged into the back of my modem and router, but now what I can do is that I can go and I can steal my neighbor's fiber optic cable, get some different kind of plug their fiber optic cable also into my modem, and now I can get twice as fast Ethernet. Or twice as fast internet. Because like what you were saying, normally, I couldn't do that because your data stream's only limited to one like TCP lane. But now with this, I could do both. Very cool. So I'll definitely be stealing my neighbor's Wi-Fi or their physical cable to speed things up. If I'm understanding you correctly. Oh yeah, I'd love to see what you're working on. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. Like bridging. Yeah, I want to say it's like bridging, because bridging, that just means when you're... That's sort of like extending the range of a Wi-Fi network. So, well, bridging can be used to extend the range of the Wi-Fi network, but it's still using that same stream of data. So, Icy, what Pi is working on... Oh, I'm wrong too about bridging? Well, that's actually what I'm doing right now on the Pi, because the Pi has very bad Wi-Fi. But, so what I'm doing right now to make the Wi-Fi better, or to help it have a connection to the internet, is that I have a MacBook that has great Wi-Fi connection, and then an Ethernet port on it. So I connect the Pi to my Ethernet port on my laptop, over Ethernet, and then connect my MacBook to Wi-Fi, and then I've actually set up a local DHCP server and router and stuff like that, so it can, so that it can give... It's not actually bridging, because I can't bridge, but I have like a NAT, pretty much, that I'm using on the Pi. He's talking about bridging connections. Yeah, isn't that what I'm talking about? Anyways, so Icy, Pi is working on this very cool project where he is trying to implement like this very advanced subtitle. Like he's making a video player that works with this very complicated sort of subtitle format. I don't know that much about it. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. He should be the one explaining it, because he knows more about it than I do, but it sounds super cool. Did it work? Oh, snap. Okay. Looks good. Hey, and I like to make this announcement every like couple minutes, but this is my first day ever streaming, and I don't know like anything about streaming or anything like that. And even though it says there's like a couple people in the chat, like if you look under the viewers section, most of them are actually bots. So, and I don't know, this is my first time streaming, so if anybody knows, like if anybody's in the chat and they're just lurking, like definitely say hi so I can get to know you. So I don't want anybody lurking in this channel. And I'm like monitoring it. Like occasionally I'll go and I'll look, right? And like Angel of Light and Commander Root and those people, those are all bots. But then some of you guys are legit and pretty cool. All right, next up is Meson. So what Meson is that that's another similar open source system that's made to be both extremely fast and very user friendly. So this is like a lot of like front end stuff for building. That'll be nice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so bridging is what I thought it is, but that's the difference between what you were saying about what multipath TCP is and bridging. Is that bridging is just sort of like forwarding one thing, right? But what you're talking about is being able to use physically two different interfaces. So, yeah. I'm just wondering, like, for multipath TCP, like, is that, like, how useful would that, like, is that in the future? Like, for example, like, if I have a gigabit Ethernet, or, like, to be even crazier, like, if I have a 10 gigabit Ethernet line, like, Thunderbolt to 10 gig Ethernet, and I'm connected to Ethernet, or if I have, like, what is it, 802.11ax, like, the new standard that uses, like, 5G technology, but for Wi-Fi or something, where it's like you can get like 2 gigabit or whatever Wi-Fi speeds. Like if I have 10 gigabit Ethernet or like crazy, 2 or 3 gigabit Wi-Fi, like, like I feel like, see, the thing that I don't get about multipath TCP is like that seems like something that would have been great like years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have like 2 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, right? What I was thinking when you first mentioned that, or now that I'm thinking about it, is like a great use for multipath TCP would be so you could use both a 2.4 and a 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi network at the same time, right? Because normally for Wi-Fi speeds, the bottleneck can be your proximity to the source, Like if you're in a shitty place, like you're in your room and like I am in my room and Wi-Fi's on the other side of the house. Sometimes on my phone, even when I'm on the 2.4 gigahertz, the speeds are like all right, but sometimes it'll buffer. And even though 5 gigahertz has less range, like I can still get 5 gigahertz. Like I could connect to the 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi from my room if I wanted to, but it's just not but it's not very fast, and neither is 2.4 gigahertz because I'm so far away. So if I could use multipath TCP, yeah, you can post it in the chat too. Unless does it not let you post links? It should, but oh wait, should I not have posted that in the chat? Oh, I should have asked you before I posted that. Is this a private demo thing that I'm not? That was very shitty of me if I wasn't supposed to put that out. Oh, I am super sorry. Yeah, I will get rid of that as soon as I figure out how to. Did that do it? I did not know how to delete a single message. And that was the first thing that I saw. I'll show you it here. So see, it's that dang size again. It's too big. Okay, so if I have this over here, if you guys want to help me out, that would be nice. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to. Okay. Now you guys can see it. So I don't know. Oh wait, shit! I literally am showing it again. And then crop it. Oh wait, do you know how to use OBS? Oh my gosh, yo, I need so much OBS help. But also for the stream, I don't actually know how to delete messages. The only option I saw is here where it says delete. This is the first thing I saw. I want to see if there's a way to manage moderation settings. Block terms and phrases. Wow. Wow, look at that. Pretty cool, huh? Alright, just kidding. I don't know why I put that in there. Let me, wait, how did I do that again? Manage moderation settings? Okay, let me fix that. Okay. But anyways, how do I actually, like... Like, how can I... If I send a message here, like, don't send this. How can I delete it? Review recent rates, slow mode. Delete. See, here's an option to show that messages were deleted. But then I don't know how to... You know? Do you guys, like, how do I... Oh my gosh, that... See, I don't know how to delete messages except for clearing all the chat. If you know how to do that and you want to tell me, I would appreciate that. But until then, back to building. Oh. That's so cool. Oh, I can time people out. That's cool. Wait, how do I untime you out? No, I thought it would give me an option to... I thought if I typed in, like, time out, there'd be, like, an undo button. Wait, how do I unban? Oh, no. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no. Can you PM me how to unban you? Oh no, this is turning into a shit show. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. And because I press a button and now I can see all the moderation settings and I don't know what any of them do. Okay. Oh, here it is. Delete message. So it's cool. Okay, let me show you this real quick. So what I just discovered is so I can delete your messages, right? By the way, if you could resend those messages, because I actually didn't get a chance to read them. But anyways, I can delete your messages, but I can't delete my own message. So I think the only way I could have fixed that was to clear the whole chat. Yeah, so I did that. I did add it. Like, that's how I was able to show it in the first place. But then you said something about cropping. Now, I don't know anything about cropping. Oh, I do see crop filters. Add the browsers and then put it on a new scene. Oh, scene. Okay. Because I just have like a list of sources, but you're saying I should add it as a scene. So if I have this. Okay, I gotcha. Where I lost OBS. Did OBS just crash? No, I didn't. Okay. How do I add it to a new scene? Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. I figured it out. Oh, that is so cool. Okay. Yes, look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, is that a fade? Oh, I am so professional right now. Look at that. Do you see this? Can I get a pog? Pog in the chat? For that sick transition? I don't think anybody's posted an emote yet. Actually, that's true. The first person that posts any emote in this chat will have been the first person ever in my chat to post an emote. So what will the first emote in this chat ever be? Yes, I will. Okay, so now this time I will ask your permission first. Oh, that's true. No, but that's a basic one. No, but that's just like a regular, that's like a regular character thing, isn't it? Or is it special? Yeah. I won't post the link. What I'm wondering is, if I hide the URL, could I show it on the stream? Okay, but I can show the content. Okay. So if I hide, so I gotta figure out how to do that. Hide status bar. Nope. See, that's what I meant by emote, by the way. But you can show the content. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Oh, crop it. Okay. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, that was being silly. Okay, if I go back to here, but I add a new source. So now I'm going to add another source. Window capture. See, I'm figuring this out now. I actually didn't get what you were saying before, but now I do. Okay, here it is. Oh, wait, no. Wait, how do I crop it? Ah! Okay, how can I crop it without letting people see it, though? That's the question. How can I crop it without showing the existing one for like half a second? Okay, not another source, just crop the existing one. Just crop the existing one. Oh, and then switch the tab. Duh. You are totally right. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, filters. Okay, to show only the page content. Okay, so if I right click here and then select filters, audio/video filters, just delete the new source. Okay, doing it, deleting the new source. All right, so now we're back to this. Wait, what is this looking at? I have like the chat open in multiple places. Okay, now crop this one. I get what you're saying now. Now if I crop it, where is crop? You might have told me this before. Okay, well under filters I can definitely do that. Audio video filters. Compressor? What is a compressor? Hello? Oh, thanks so much, Icy, for stopping by. And I'm trying to figure this out. Okay. Then crop that one. Under filters. Okay, I see filters. But I'm in... Can I add this as like a source? Because I need some help. Is it under effects or is it under audio/video filters? Because I only see things like compressor, expander, gain, invert polarity, limiter, noise gain, noise suppression, that sort of thing. click the gear on the source. Okay. Before you go, you know any good super light distors to check out and diddle with? Okay, so I see. You're a Windows guy, and you're trying to look at a Linux distribution you can check out and diddle with. This might be controversial, but I think a good diddling thing is depending on like what level you're at. I really like Ubuntu. I know that's gonna sound like really bad, but like I think Ubuntu is actually a great first way to start getting into Linux, because it is still Linux. You know, there is that Linux terminal in there, and you can do all of that super low level stuff. You know, change your desktop distribution or any of that stuff. Your desktop environment or your window manager. Like, you can do all of that stuff in Ubuntu, right? Anything that you can do in like Arch or whatever, but like, you know, because Arch is also great, but pretty much everything you can do in Arch, you can also do in Ubuntu, right? So Ubuntu is a great place to start. Once you're like gotten used to Ubuntu and stuff, then I'd recommend Arch. Arch is like the tinkering thing. So the thing is that Ubuntu is great and you can tinker with it, but it doesn't like require the tinkering. With Arch, if you're a really big tinkerer, then Ubuntu would be a good place. I mean, if you are a tinkerer, then Arch is great because it forces you to do the tinkering. Like I use Arch, by the way, because I think Arch is like Arch is, you learn so much about Linux from Arch. Like, you learn more from Linux than any other thing, except for like what I'm doing, like Linux from scratch. I'm thinking of a car computer entertainment system thing that I could also look at, like air fuel radios, etc. In that case, I don't really think it matters. Like, if you're thinking about running this on a Raspberry Pi, like I'm also running on a Raspberry Pi, the Raspberry Pi 4, and that's a really good computer. Like, it has it has 4 gigabytes of RAM. Like, it has a great CPU. It's really nice. Yeah, so if you have a Raspberry Pi and just utilize those GPIO pins on the Raspberry Pi, then that, you know, I should probably switch this to like not look so terrible. Okay, I'm switching back here. Good transitions. I'll figure out the video player in a second. So, see, again, the great thing is that the Canonical, the people that make Ubuntu, they made an OS that was supposed to work great with Raspberry Pi. That was called, like, I think Ubuntu Lite. I mean, you could run it on other things, but including Raspberry Pi. But actually, in recent versions of Raspberry Pi, they're so powerful, you can just run Ubuntu. So Manjaro is also a really great choice. I mean, Manjaro is like similar to Ubuntu. I think is it a fork of? No, I don't think it's a fork. But Manjaro makes similar decisions that Canonical makes. So I would say that Manjaro would be like, is also a really great choice. Yeah, I can. In a lot of ways, Manjaro is like Ubuntu, but better. Oh, it's okay. It's based on Arch. Okay, I thought Manjaro was Debian. Is that incorrect? Well, I'm guessing it's incorrect if it's based on Arch. But anyways, from what it sounds like, it doesn't really like matter. Something crazy is that maybe just Raspbian would work good for you if you're using Raspberry Pi, because especially if you're doing hardware stuff on a Raspberry Pi, then actually Arch is great, Manjaro is great, Ubuntu is great, although Pi doesn't like Ubuntu, but Raspbian is actually really fantastic for doing hardware stuff on Raspberry Pi, because the Raspbian kernel comes with a whole bunch of tools that make hardware integration and like external stuff really, really reliable and great. So I would look. So if hardware is easy peasy to you, and it's the programming and the software that you have trouble with, then my suggestion is actually to go with Raspbian. Raspbian is really good for that. Because if you do install Arch or like Manjaro even, or or something, because what Pi and I are talking about, we're talking about, how easy is the software to use? How is it to get that stuff up and running? But the thing is that no matter how easy Manjaro is, like getting like that external, like getting the GPIO pins and all that stuff to work on Manjaro or Ubuntu or Arch, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. But Raspbian makes it very easy. I have seen people that use like Arch on Raspberry Pi that can get. I have seen people that use Arch on Raspberry Pi that can get hardware stuff, but it's like Raspbian is actually the best. So click the source and select transform, edit transform. Okay, I saw that before. Okay, transform, edit transform. Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. I think I see it now. Yo, is this what you're talking about? Look at that. Look at that. Oh my. I think it's doing this 1 pixel at a time, but look at it go. Okay. Now if I go and I open that link you sent me. I actually have to make it a bit bigger. Okay. Where do I click? Am I not? Oh. Okay. Here we go. I should probably get headphones, right? I mean, this is probably going to be very unpleasant for you guys. Alright, I broke. Let me try it. Let me try reloading this. And I gotta fit this whole thing in here. I'm streaming on a Retina MacBook Pro, so it's probably pretty large. Let's see, displays 2880 by 1800. Should I try this in Edge? Oh, my bad. Yeah, geez, I'm really dumb with that. Sorry for keep on flashing the link. I know I shouldn't do that, and I know that's making me seem very untrustworthy for these kinds of things. I'm trying to not be a total klutz, but I don't think that's working. Okay. Oh, this doesn't work in Safari. Okay. Gotcha. I thought you said it was HTML5. Alright, now I'm going to switch. Look at this, look how good of a streamer I am. I'm going to switch it, and then I'm going to get the link back up. Alright, we got this. So if you're not doing this for Safari, I don't know like how much detail you know, but do you know in detail why it's not working on Safari? Like what sort of things that WebKit is doing? Okay. Oh, okay, I got it working. I got it. Okay, let me do this now. Now I have to open a new tab. Select a window capture. create new window capture. And then, where's edge? Okay. See, look at this. I'm doing this all on my own. See, I can't even see the chat right now. So you know that this is like legit. Okay. Transform, edit transform. Okay, can I just do like 100? Not quite. Transform, edit transform. Perfect. Alright. Am I flashing anything? Alright. Let's go. Let me check the chat first. Yes, this is Chromium Edge. Because I'm on a Mac. So, they don't have, like, regular Edge. What the heck is Vivaldi? I've never even heard that. Delete the old source. Gotcha. There we go. Alright, how does this look? Does this look professional? Or what? I'm a real streamer now, believe it or not. Okay. Here, I should probably put headphones on, right? Because you guys are going to find this really uncomfortable. Oh. See, they're stealing it, but at least like they're like paying them back. Mute it. See what I'm doing. Wait, I can't mute it without pausing it. Do you see this? Skip ahead to the intro. How do I skip? There's no there's only one button on. Hang on a second. It doesn't matter where I click. It just plays and pauses it. I don't have any control. The arrows don't do anything. You can move the mouse and it comes back up. Top bar. There is no bar on the top. Oh, there is a bar. Oh, you should change that, honestly. That's not super intuitive. That it's on the top. But I still don't know how to mute it. The mute button doesn't do anything. Click the volume thing next to the full screen button twice. Yeah, that doesn't do anything either. Okay, what am I doing wrong? You're hitting the wrong thing. You said click the volume thing next to the full screen button. What? What are you talking about? Hit the volume thing next to the full screen button? I don't think any of you... Should I be right-clicking it? Oh, right-clicking it. That... Oh, that's insane. Okay. This, oh my gosh. I literally am hitting this thing. What are you talking about? I'm gonna watch the stream so you can make sure. Oh, can you not see my mouse on the stream? Can you guys see my mouse or no? I don't think you can see my mouse. That is an explanation for why. Okay, because I literally am hitting like exactly that. Okay, here's the second link. Yeah, that's not working for me, but I am clicking that. Why can't you guys see my mouse? Do you know how to turn that on in OBS to show the mouse? Video settings maybe? Yeah, I don't know how to show the mouse, but I've been clicking like that spot. Right click the source and hit properties. Yeah, I tried that. I don't see it there. Show window shadow. Is that it? Ooh, flash the thing there for a second. Okay, shouldn't do that. Show windows with empty names. Yeah, you see? Yeah, it is the... Alright. Hang on a second. Window capture. Alright. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck, I lost it. Wait, what do I do when I lose something? I like... I know. See, look, I'm going here, right? Window capture 2. That's the name of it. And then I go to properties. Yeah, that's where I went to the first time. I know what you're talking about. Okay, interesting, because I don't see that. Is that a Mac thing? I wonder. Capture cursor? Yeah, why don't I see that? That option is just not there. Yeah, I don't... That option just doesn't exist. Might be... Alright, let me switch out of here. Alright, sorry I can't show the mouse, but can I keep watching the thing? Oh, alright. Well, it was nice talking to you. I think you're really, really smart, and like if you want to like come back, like I would really appreciate being able to talk to you some more and being able to learn more about like what you know about computer. Like I didn't know that stuff about Montreal. Like if you want to talk more about things so I can learn from stuff and so I can like show you what I'm doing and hopefully teach you some stuff and we can figure things out together. Like I'd really, really like that. So thanks so much for dropping by, and I hope I get to see you again. All right, I'll probably hop off now too. Again, if there's anybody in the chat that's like a human being, let me know now. Or forever hold your peace. All right. Peace, guys.